The podcast on Haunted Hill will contain spoilers and swearing.
I am the devil, and I am here to do the devil's work.
Make some of this, Michael. Be one of us.
I didn't tell you my name.
Hang up.
I didn't tell them my name.
They're all part of it. They're all parts of
Come. It is time to keep your appointment.
Hello and welcome to the podcast on Haunted Hill, episode 110. We're going into three numbers there. 109 is still three numbers. I suppose 0 is a number. Kind of. Is it? No, it's not really, is it?
It is a number.
Okay. So we like to just say that we are cool with all sexes, all races, all numbers. We are equal to everybody and everything. Hello, I am Gav, your host for today. There is also another host. If we had a G in front of it, we would be ghosts. So, Dan.
You are on form already, and it's me, Dan. You've just thrown me with the ghost thing.
And I said, Dan, what's your name?
Our listeners might have thought I died then.
I think they probably all have, because we haven't been here for a little while, have we? We had a little bit of a break because there's things going on, wasn't there?
There was. I was almost decapitated. I did almost die. We'll get into that in just a moment. Hello, Gavin.
Hello.
I've missed you.
I missed you too. I've missed having a little chat to you and the rest of you lovely listeners. Do miss it when we don't do this, because this is my output. Otherwise, I have to talk nonsense to various people in the street, you know.
I'm going to do one of these a sec.
Okay, that's for me. I can't. I've got a plastic cup of water. You have a glass full of red wine.
I do have a little dribble of the red. Just, because...
That doesn't sound right. Don't say dribble of the red.
Go into the doctor's office. Are you all right today, Mr. Bone?
Got a dribble of the red.
A little dribble of the red.
Oh
dear. Yes, we've been away for a while, but we're back again like Slim Shady. Thank you to everybody so much for your patience and your well wishes to myself. I would explain, if you didn't already know, where I've been in just a moment. Before we do that, let's tell everybody what we are doing for this episode, Gav.
It's a more family orientated fun one. We wanted to do this for a while, actually. We're kind of doing, and we are going to discuss animated films as such in the world of horror, children's horror or horror themed kids films. There is you could class a slight subgenre, I guess, from the film. There's quite a few of them, but that's what we're doing. So what are we doing, Dan? What films?
We're covering Monster House, which a lot of people love that one. It gets compared to the Goonies and stuff like that. It's an awesome movie. And we're also covering Paranorman as well.
Yeah.
So we've got those two to talk about. A lot of fun with those to be had.
Both films are made by lovers of horror movies, I would say.
Absolutely. You can really see the little Easter eggs hidden throughout them both. Especially with Paranorman, I think. But there's a lot going on with both of them. And I know they're big fan favourites, so fun to talk about those. And before, as always, we will get into a little list of other stuff that if you're interested in those two, that you might not have seen. These are great ones because a lot of us, myself included, soon, I will be a dad soon. A lot of people who are horror fans are normal people who have children. They have families. They might dress up as monsters and go out and whatever, but they have families, and it's.
But the ones that don't have families, they just dress up as monsters. Or are you saying the ones that do have families on Halloween?
What I'm saying is, some people have got kids and they might want to get their kids into horror.
And some people just get freaky in the bedroom and dress as monsters.
Fucking hell.
Don't have
they
kids.
Do. Freaky dicky,
baby.
baby.
Be Ed Gein or be Leatherface.
Oh, can we be Michael Myers versus Alien tonight?
Oh. Can you imagine that? Get really kinky with the lizardness.
It'd be quite a silent shag, though, wouldn't it? Because the alien, all it says is, and Michael says nothing.
Imagine the alien's dick, like the thing that comes out the mouth. That he opens the mouth, and you got like that other little fella inside there. Do you reckon his dick dick comes out, and there's another little dick fella inside the dick.
100%. Yeah,
There's a fella
100%.
in the dick. A fella in the fella.
A dick in a dick, just like a mouth in a mouth. And as you, just because we're covering Paranorman and
of
Monster
course.
House, it doesn't mean this is a PG-friendly episode.
I'm hoping you're not saying today, Billy, Tanya, we're going to go to school today, but I've got this podcast I listen to, but I feel today they're going to do like a friendly one. It's speaking movie, so we're going to have a little listen to it on the way to school. Hopefully that's not what's going on right now.
Because otherwise Billy's in class and the teacher says, does anybody know what an alien is? And Billy says, yeah, he's got a dick in his dick.
He's got a little fella in his fella.
Yeah.
So hopefully that's not. We will still be as crass as we normally are.
There we go. I don't know how we got onto that, but basically, guys, you may want to recommend to your children to watch some of these films we go
through. It was my mind. Quite often I am the one that leads you down the path, Dan. I grab your hand and say, come with me to the path.
I'll always follow you.
Path, Dan. There's a dark path, dark bushy path. Come with me. Squelch
now listen.
In the mud. Right, go on, yeah.
Let's talk about where I've been.
Where have you been?
Where have I been? I've had another bloody operation, haven't I?
Yeah, because you had this before, and we had to have a wee break before because of this, what happened, and you've done it again. So please explain to the world what's going on.
My voice hopefully sounds different and a bit more like old Dan because I've been speaking with a slightly higher voice just because my vocal cords have been fucked up. But essentially, I had not many years ago, about 3 or 4 years ago, I had a tumour which we needed removing, as well as the salivary gland it was attached to on the left side of my throat. So it's quite an intense op, but it's all done and dusted. However, last summer, found another lump in the same side of my throat. Went to the doctor and he said, oh, you shouldn't have, but it looks like it's come back. Went to the surgeon, the same surgeon, and he said, oh, I'm so sorry. It's like a 1 in a billion, not that many, but it's like 1 in a whatever, that this should come back. Let's do loads of tests. Let's get loads of scans, do an MRI, all that business. So they did all of that. And I had another meeting and he said, it does look like there's actually 6 tumours in your throat. And I thought, fucking hell, that's quite a lot, isn't it? He said we could leave it for a couple of years, but it would be basically I'd have another head coming out of my throat. Basket case. So with the twins on the way, me wanting to be there for Alice and them, I got bumped up the queue a little bit, which was great. So I went in unexpectedly, got the call, come on in, Mr. Bone. Went in, got there with just my bag, a book, my phone, because they told me I was just going to be in and out the same day. That was not the case. They laughed when I said that. They said, no, you're definitely here for at least one night. I said, oh, that's not what I've been told. Sorry about that. This is the way it is. Obviously, I was on my own because coronavirus, etc. So went in, had all the prep ready for the operation. Went down for the operation about 1 p.m. in the afternoon. Woke up quite late in the evening, actually. I'd been out for a long time. It took a long time for me to wake up. You know what it's like. You wake up, you got all the drugs in you, your morphines and everything else. It's great. You're on another planet. Had big blood drain sticking out my neck, which is where you have quite a large wound and they want to drain the blood out of it. So they attached what looks like just a water flask on a tube, and the blood just drips down through that, which is always lovely. Yes, and the surgeon came to see me. I was still a little bit out of it, and he said, yeah, it all went well, but you are going to definitely have to stay in overnight. So I stayed in overnight. That was fine. I sort of managed to get up and go for a wee in the middle of the night a couple of times, and they were quite pleased with me. I even ate a couple of different meals. So I was there for almost 48 hours, and then they said, you can go home now. So I called Alice and said, I'm allowed to come home. They're just prepping me for that now. Tidy area that I'd kept for the entire time I was there, until 2 things happened right at the end. Firstly, the amateur nurse, not amateur, that's mean, but they were quite new, came over and he said to me, I need to take your blood drain out of your neck. And I said, yeah, okay. Now bear in mind, this was the shocker I didn't realise is, and Gav, you've seen the pictures of this, the cut, the incision was from my Adam's apple right the way round to behind my ear. So it was like a quarter of a decapitation, basically, wasn't it, Gav? It's pretty...
Yeah, you said, you WhatsApp me, do you want to see the pictures? I was like, no, not really. And you, I'm going to send them anyway. Okay.
So I've had to show you, you know?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's quite full on and very swollen as well.
Yeah, it got really big after a few days.
But yeah, it's natural for the swollenness.
So he said, I'm going to take the blood drain out. Started yanking this tube out of this hole in my neck, and it really hurt. And
did he have his foot on your chest?
Might as well have
out. Yeah, come on.
Might as well have done. And then he said, just as he started yanking it, the flask, the container with blood in it, which catches my blood, suddenly went. I started making a weird whistling, hissing sound, and he said, "Oh shit! I was supposed to decompress the canister. I'm so sorry." And then the tube came out my neck, and blood's pissing out everywhere, all up the wall.
Really?
And that made me feel really bad. So he then put a bad as in like a faint. So then he put like a pad on my neck. Yeah. Then he had to give me a couple of stitches, which I've still got in now, and they'll take a long time before they come out.
Did he administer the stitches?
He did, yeah. I wasn't very pleased about it.
Can you get your mate to do it? Can someone else do it?
Well, then he said, "Look, let me give you some more morphine." So that was kind of like...
There he goes. Drug dealer.
Yeah. So I was like, all right, I'll have a
Curtis
bit more.
Mayfield sang about them pushers.
Then he sent in a female nurse this time. She came in and said, "Oh, you're about to go. You've got your shoes on. I can see that. There's blood all over the bed at this point." And I said, "I'm really sorry about this. You know, I'm literally about to leave and there's blood everywhere." She went, "That's all right." She said, "Oh, the last thing I need to do is take your cannula out your hand."
What's she going to do?
Back of your hand. She pulls it out. She went, "There you go, that's all right. I'll hold that cotton wool pad on there. That'll be fine." I said, "All right, thank you very much." Just got my coat on, got everything ready. She hasn't done it properly. The back of my hand starts pissing blood everywhere.
God.
So there was no one around at this time. So I had to sort of wander out like a zombie into the corridor. Blood all up my arm, all over the floor. And one of the nurses came, "Oh my God, are you okay?" I said, "Yeah, someone took my cannula out and I just need a plaster or something because I'm just like pissing blood everywhere." Finally, that was that. Went downstairs. Alice picked me up. Came home. All good. Recovered. I had to take 3 weeks off and rest my voice. My throat, as you said, Gav, did swell up. I looked like Mr. Toad from Toad Hall, didn't I?
Or Elephant Man like.
The Elephant Man neck, yeah. Quite an intense amount of pain.
And you couldn't talk. Now, the hilarious thing is of what happened to me with that, because at one point we couldn't communicate because it was like see no evil, hear no evil with Richard Pryor and Gene Wilder.
Well, just before you get to that, let me just reveal the last thing, which was I went to meet the surgeon 2 weeks into my recovery, and he actually said to me, the reason it was a much more intense operation is because we knew there were 6 in there, but we wanted to open up the neck as wide as we could, clamp it open, and we're glad we did.
Just picturing Jaws' mouth being clamped open. And
do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they said they were glad they did because there was actually 10 tumours in my throat, which they
what of all
removed.
Different sizes?
They were all
like
small.
A new one growing,
nodules.
and one obviously bigger. One of them, the Big Daddy. And you got a little papa, little baby tumour, and little sister tumour, and that.
So they got them all out, and he said to me, "Well, hopefully that's the last of it." And then I got a letter that says, you know, to my doctor. I'm not going to read the letter, but there's a bit on here. The last line of this letter. This is a letter the surgeon sends to my doctor, and he sent me a copy as well, explaining the process, the 10 tumours, you know, what's happened, the recovery. And the last line of this letter is, "Daniel is aware that there is still the potential for further reoccurrence in the future, but hopefully this isn't the case." I fucking hope it isn't.
Yeah, I hope so
They
too.
told me that at the time.
I'm sure the listeners do as well, because when this happens, we can't podcast because you can't talk.
Well, I can talk, but what happened to you, Gav?
I don't really know what happened to me, but I was driving past your house, going on. I ended up having a day of work where I ended up getting some work, which is quite nice. I haven't had much work for a while. Got some work and ended up sort of doing about 300 odd miles driving for the day, but ended up just like itching my eye in the morning on the drive, listening to podcasts, you know, blah blah blah, and I just kept itching my eye, and I was like, oh, my eye's so tired, and I don't know what happened. Somehow I managed to get a laceration on my eye. I cut my eyeball basically,
Jesus.
And I didn't know, so I kept itching it, and I was making it worse and worse and worse. So I got to work. I worked in the evening, and I couldn't do anything. I just sat down. I was like, I can't fucking do anything. Fuck this. This is just too much pain. I would look up to, it's one eye, and you think, oh, it's not that bad laceration. People do this all the time, like gardeners, you know, builders, workmen, etc. If you don't wear protective, that's why you wear protective goggles, you know. But the thing was, if I looked up to the left, top left, I was in absolute agony to the point where my eye just straight away, the pain was excruciating, my eye just straight away just went like Niagara Falls. Then my right nostril as well just started pouring out fucking snot and shit, just straight away. It's like, oh my god, what the fuck? So I had to keep my eyes shut because my left eye would want to wander that way and look around the room, so I couldn't do it. So I ended up having to go to hospital and getting checked out, and they put some dye in my eye to check out my eye so I can really look at it and stuff. And it made my eye go all green, so I had one green eye.
Fucking hell.
And she said, like, what's going to happen is it might come out, like, you blow your nose, it might be a bit green. I was like, oh, okay, cool. And I was outside waiting to get picked up at the hospital, and I couldn't see that the sun was so bright, so I was just, like, in agony with my head down. And I didn't know how much my nose was just running, and my eye was just running. So when I got up, there's a pool of green liquid left where I was sitting, and I was like, oh, I just stumbled and just thought I fell into a car. Get me home.
If I'd have seen that, I'd have thought, fuck me, there is an actual zombie right there.
What the fuck? And actually, it's just not that bad. It's some dye, and it's come out of my water in my face, so to speak. It's not as bad as what you like. What the hell's that green shit? You know, but yeah. And I couldn't see, so I was blind for a couple of days. So I had to eat food with no sight, which made me go, I can appreciate being blind a little bit more. Obviously when you're blind you're not in agony. I was in total agony, so felt almost a little bit like disabled, so to speak. I couldn't do much, but I listened to a Schwarzenegger autobiography on my phone on Audible, and I also listened to the Alan Partridge book. It's brilliant. And I actually had quite a good time with both of them. But I can look at my messages, and I felt bad. I sent you a message saying, I've got to go. I rang up 111. They say get to hospital in the next hour. And I'm at hospital, and then I couldn't look at my messages because it hurt too much. So I just couldn't look at my phone. I couldn't look at movies. Couldn't do anything except just stare into nothingness.
So I was codinged up to the eyeballs, if you pardon the pun. Yeah. And I got your message saying I have to go to hospital and something wrong with my eye. And I thought, fuck, that's really bad. And I said, what's happening? You said, I can't see. And then you sent me a picture, and it was just terribly red and horrible. And then I said, oh my God, let me know how it goes. Then I didn't hear from you. Then I sent you another message saying, is everything all right? Yeah. And then I said to Alice, I was really, really high on codeine, and I could barely talk. And I was like, I'm really worried about Cav. I've not heard from him. And she's like, well, if he can't see, then he probably can't see your message. And I was like, oh, yeah.
Brilliant. I'm glad logic came into it, because that was it. And I felt like I couldn't ring you up because you couldn't talk. That's why it's like, so funny. Hello. I'd be like, Dan, I can't see, but I can hear. And you'd be like, I can't speak, but I can see and hear. Anyway, that's why we haven't been here, guys. I do apologise. We are trying to get back out there as much as we can. We will try and do the best. We may have a wee little break again when some babies come along, but don't worry, we will try and stagger the episodes out a little bit, even if that happens. Maybe we can bank a couple, you know.
Yeah. We'll do a catch up, and I'll talk about. We've switched a bit of the schedule around
just
to accommodate
fit
Easter and
stuff.
We've
got Easter episode we need to bang out, otherwise it's just a bit ridiculous having an Easter episode come out 3 months after Zombie Jesus Day.
Zombie Jesus Day.
Okay, dokie. What do you want to do?
Right, let's have a quick chat about some of the stuff that's been up and around in the news. First of all, some Deadbolt news. Abyssal Albion 2 Kickstarter campaign is out now. Tom Campbell, our fellow Deadbolt brother, has done it again. And if you liked the first comic or you didn't read it, you go and pick that up. But also go ahead and back his Kickstarter campaign for his new comic, his Lovecraftian.
It's following the story. So it's a part 2 that's out. That is being funded right now.
Hot off the press.
If you did that before and you didn't know of it, it's out now, but I'm sure you probably do. And also, speaking of kind of Deadbolt and us, the podcast on Haunted Hill, we've got some t-shirts.
We have. I'm rocking one right now. So we finally got our T-shirt.
I'm wearing pants as well, but that's okay.
That's all right. Woo! Helicopter.
Don't dangle it.
So yeah, our patrons should have all received their T-shirts by now.
If not, they are in the post. They have all been shipped.
Yeah, they've all been sent. I know some of you have. Guys, if you feel like you want to share it, you don't have to wear it yourself. Just put it on your dog, put it on your baby. But we'd love to know and see pictures of you. I'm going to create a collage of people wearing our new T-shirts. They come in 3 different colours this time. So it's with the new logo, the Podcast Unwanted logo, which came out about a year ago now. You've got baby blue, you've got grey, and you've got white. I'm wearing the baby blue one at the moment. I'm a big fan of that one. But there's a lovely grey one as well. And then there's a nice white one, a nice smart white one you could wear to your wedding, perhaps.
The grey and blues are a little bit more in the limited colours, limited quantity, sorry. So we are going to have these shirts on sale very soon at a very reasonable price, and on Deadbolt page, but we will let you know this if you want to pick one up. It'd be really cool if you did. It's not really for us. We're not doing it, we're going to make money. It's not it at all. Doing it because it's just nice way to promote the podcast, because it's the name of the podcast on the shirt. People say, I might check that out. So it helps us as well, and it's a fairly cool looking T-shirt. It's a nice,
it's pretty decent,
good quality shirt. So
yeah, it's really good, and they're good fits, and they come in small, medium, large, and extra large. Yeah. So there's 4 sizes as well. But yes, we will let you know when that is up, and they're available to buy to everybody. And if you want to, we'll let you know the link.
Patron with our other patrons, you get exclusive content, the odd video here and there, the odd podcast here and there. You also get the odd T-shirt. Yeah. So become a patron, you get a T-shirt. So that's not really bad, is it? It's probably cheaper than actually buying a T-shirt, to be honest with you.
It probably is. It is. And they're a lot cheaper than our last T-shirts we did, because we've gone with a different company and stuff. But the price is to be confirmed, but it will be much cheaper. So
I can probably say the price.
Okay.
It's going to be £13 including postage in the UK, and £16 in America, or worldwide with postage. That's it. Which
is fairly reasonable.
Yeah, that's what it's quite hard. Postage has gone up quite a lot since I had to send that to patrons. I got a baseline idea of what postage costs to earn. I was like, oh, okay, this is more than things used to be as such. But yeah, so that's it. So they're not too bad priced.
Yeah, but there we go. So T-shirts. That's another exciting bit of news. Another piece of news follows up conversations we've had in the past. And I know, Gav, you wanted to bring up the Ben Wheatley, the new film, which you said, it's linked into Armie Hammer, who, rather unfortunately, has been in the news again. We did talk about this, and I did say that I felt there was potentially some poor mental health with the chap, but he's now been dropped by his new film because there's been a rape allegation now. Gosh, it's all kicking off in Hollywood, isn't it, Gav?
It's a weird one, because it's a shame, because he's also in the new Death of the Nile, which is yet to come out this year. Obviously, following the Murder on the Orient Express newer version, not really remake, newer version, I suppose. And he's just in a movie which Netflix made, which is Rebecca, which funny enough, I was in when I went to LA, I only managed to get into Tarantino's cinema he owns there. I can't remember what it's called now. I managed to go in there just one afternoon. It was the only time I could, and they were playing Rebecca. It's a Hitchcock film, which was great. I watched it on proper reels and stuff. So I keep changing the reel and putting another one on because one of the projectors went down. Anyway, pretty cool film. Ben Wheatley's directed a new version of that for Netflix, and Armie Hammer is the main guy in it, and that'll be coming out soon on Netflix. It looked a bit.
I think it's already out, Gav, because I think I saw it. Yeah, I saw it last year.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, fine. I didn't realise that. But my connection to that was because of lockdown and stuff. Ben Wheatley. I like Ben Wheatley. He's a British film director, if you don't know him. He's done like Kill List, Sightseers, Field in England, few other bits and bobs.
Tower block.
Yeah,
No,
there's that fire one about the guys shooting each other in the warehouse in LA. Free Fire, I think it's called. I like him as a filmmaker because he's just a kind of like, yeah, just make movies, don't I? He's just a British guy. Fucking just make movies, innit? It's no point sitting around. I just fucking make a movie. He's just like, don't really give a shit. It's a big cast, little cast, whatever. He, because of lockdown, it made him. He went and wrote a story about the world trying to find a virus thing, whatever. But there's these two people in the woods who are just looking into something, rather. I'm not really sure what it was, but that's called In the Earth, and that's coming out soon. That was my connection with Armie Hammer, the Ben Wheatley connection. You see his little swing. I
see a little segue there.
It looks quite good, and it's a bit of a folk horror thing, but it's born from pandemic. If we didn't have the pandemic, he wouldn't have made this film and done a real small little film with a small cast and crew out in the woods. So it's kind of, this is where we will get with this pandemic. We are starting to get to a place, and not all the countries in the world. Some countries are a little bit worse off still at the moment due to different reasons, politics, wealth, etc., etc. But we're starting to get a movement on from all the badness that we've been going through and everything, the lockdowns and all that stuff. We'll start to see the results of this through, because obviously with being an artistic and a creative person, certain things push you in certain directions, especially if something which pushes your emotions and your feelings and stuff. So yeah, this movie's come out of lockdown, so I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing a lot more music, a lot more things coming out because of lockdown, even slightly story driven towards lockdown.
Well,
a little bit like something you watched, you wanted to speak about.
Exactly, that's a very good link.
Lovely little segue there.
Lovely segue. I got around finally to watching The Host from 2020, which
Shudder exclusive.
Was filmed over lockdown.
Yeah, 60 minutes. I wonder why they just didn't make it like 70 or 80. Do you know what I mean?
I didn't think it was needed, really. I felt that was perfect.
That's fine, yeah.
And Alice watched it with me. She was really into it, which it's always nice when she gets...
Sorry.
I was just going to say, it's always nice when, obviously, Alice likes something that I'm watching, which is rare, you know. But I think it was the acting. What I would say is the acting is phenomenal in it, and it seems so realistic because it's just a group of girls, and there's a guy in it as well occasionally, on a Zoom chat because of the coronavirus lockdown. So it's all stuff we can relate to. They're having issues with their, you're on mute and that kind of stuff.
And they're in lockdown as well, aren't they? They're like, I can't come to you, I'm in lockdown. And it's going to be a thing which is, obviously that's going to age. It's going to have an age to it. Like, every time you see that, it might even bring back slight, like, not nostalgia, but like, oh God, lockdown. Like, might bring back anxiety for some people, you know. But it was funny watching that because it's also, oh yeah, I remember that time when it's deep lockdown. Like, do not leave. Yeah. I'm scared by an invisible ghost type fucking thing which can kill me. You know, it was quite a weird time.
I know I'm late to the game on it, but I would, if anyone hasn't seen it, it's like I've said, it is only about an hour long. It's a Shudder exclusive.
It's cool.
And it's about, you know, you've probably seen these kind of things before, but this is the best out of those.
It's a found footage, but via Zoom, Skype, yeah.
Yeah, it's best out of all of those, because there's a few like friended, unfriended, or whatever it is, but this is the best one in my opinion, and it's only an hour long. And there's a jump scare in it, I'm not going to say any more than that made me almost split my bloody stitches. I jumped and shouted, and I got an intense pain, and I had to check that I wasn't bleeding. So, yeah, there we go.
I was about to tell you about a time when I had to pull a stitch out and thinking it was something else, and it was actually a stitch, and I didn't mean to. And it was when I got circumcised, but that's another thing. That was pretty gnarly.
Talking of circumcision or not, we both watched a documentary as well called In Search of the Last Action Hero.
I've been on this action kick. I don't know if it's because of the whole projector thing. Getting a projector, I was like, amazing. You don't even spend that much money to get a projector. It's fucking vastly cheaper than TVs. And I can watch all these old movies, and the quality's a little bit soft focus and a little bit rough around the edges. And I was like, what do I want to see? And straight away, it's like, I want to see fucking Schwarzenegger. I want to see fucking Sylvester Stallone. I want to see Bruce Willis. I want to see all these people fighting huge on my screen, which I never got to see. And I was on this kick, so I even watched a documentary on it on the projector as well. But it's a really, if you're into your because me and Dan, we're very much the same person. We grew up the same sort of stuff, the same toys, the same fucking things, kung fu, fucking Big Trouble, Little China, etc., etc. So for us, it's just like little fucking. I wanted to be with you today because we're just like little fucking boys going, oh, Oh, you know how good it is and stuff.
It's an incredible documentary. It's on Prime, although you have to rent it now. And it's basically a documentary just about, as you would expect, action films and action stars and the genre, you know, how it came about in the 80s and how it progressed. You know, they meet, everybody's in it. You know, at one point I fist pumped. Jackie Chan came into it. I was like, yes.
You know,
they cover
yourself?
Sort of just like that.
Oh, Jackie.
Everyone's in it. You know, they don't interview everybody because they could only get a few people.
Yeah,
but
it's a shame Arnie wasn't.
Yeah, it was. But Shane Black, you know, there's a lot of people in there.
Shane Black, his legs spread very wide, so his huge belly could just dangle between his legs. Like, what? I was like, what the hell?
It's an amazing documentary. It's almost 2.5 hours long, but it flies by, and it's a real lovely trip down memory lane, and a real feel-good one. And like Gab, like you said, it made me off straight away. I was like, right, I need to watch some 80s action now. So I watched like some Beverly Hills Cop, the Raw Deal, these kind of films. You know, I'm just like,
Raw Deal's fucking awful. It's such a shit movie. I watched it again and I was like, yep, I was right when I was like 12. It was shit then and it's shit now.
Yeah,
it's really bad. But Red Heat is fucking incredible.
But I did watch Point Break. Fucking hell, that is incredible.
I've only seen it once. I thought it was all right. Maybe I need to watch it again.
Well, talking of Point Break, that'll lead me nicely into a film that you recommended me to watch, and it stars somebody who's in Point Break, and that person is the guy that Gary Busey, the guy that likes to sing about pissing on the Indians, pissing on the cowboys, as he did in Silver Bullet. Yes, you recommended that I watch a film called Hider in the House.
Oh, Gary Busey up in his own little room in a loft, wanking away over a family.
1989, and it's phenomenal. He plays it so well. He's a psychopath who was actually incredibly abused as a child, and he basically, like you say, Gav, he finds his house, locks himself in a little secret room.
He doesn't lock himself. He builds the wall when he finds the house. I was just like, that's incredible. And
it gets more and more and more insane as he starts, you know, infiltrating the family, pretending he's friends. He almost beats up that kid, like a young child at one point, who's bullying the son. And it just gets more and more and more insane. And it's incredible watch, actually. I really highly rate it.
It's kind of fun, isn't it?
It's really good. Hider in the House, Gary Busey, in your attic, spying on you.
This is what Amazon Prime does to me. It gives me these movies I've never seen and just wouldn't have got out because maybe the video box cover art was shit. And I go, all right, fuck it, I'll watch it. And I watch the stuff and I'm like, this is amazing. This is so good. Like, where did this come from? Why did I never watch this? I thoroughly enjoyed that Copycat, the one with Sigourney Weaver.
It's really good, isn't it?
I'd never seen that. And Amazon Prime again did it. And I was like, this is really good. At the time, I was probably like, you know, I'm in the video shop one night and there's that movie, or there's like Friday the 13th part 6 or some shit. I'm going to go, oh, Friday the 13th part 6. And I would have missed it the next time something else come out. So you miss these things. And it was really good. You know.
Yeah, I've got that on VHS actually.
Yeah.
Really enjoy it. I watched a couple of brand new ones. One very quickly I'll mention is called Hunter x Hunter 2020. Great movie, incredibly slow burn, and it kind of, I don't want to ruin the film, but at the end is complete contrast to the rest of it. Think Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, that kind of, oh my god, what the fuck, the last 10 minutes is just off batshit. It's like that. I highly recommend it. I'm not going to tell you much about it other than it's about a family who live off grid in the woods in a cabin, and there's a wolf that, like a rogue wolf that's picking off like animals around the area, but that is not really the plot. That's just the start of the story of this incredible slow burn. Hunter x Hunter 2020, highly recommend that one. Stay till the end credits, because
there seems to be a lot of horror movies coming out at the moment, and a lot of them are more than others fairly alright quality. Like, people really, like, you know, they're really starting to come out now. It's quite interesting.
Yeah, we go through the peaks and troughs, don't we? And I feel like
right now it seems to be.
Feels like Get Out, Hereditary, those kind of that was the year things started picking up a little
They
bit
sort of
again.
paved the way a little bit to just open it up a little bit more for people to. It basically comes down to the money people. If they see something's made money, they're like, okay, cool, right, here you go, take my money quickly, make me money.
Well, there was that point where The Exorcist, The Omen were being made many years ago, and they were high quality films. And then horror got very cheesy and cheap and easy to make. And I feel like we're back now to a point where people are making horror films seriously. They're making good quality films with great actors and actresses, or actors in them.
The other thing is, though, as we get older, the people who were youngsters at a time are taking everything in. You know, like with music, for example, as you get older, I always used to think, why does my mum always listen to the same old stuff, you know, and not listen to something new? And I understand it now, because there's so much out there, and you kind of get something you're into, and you kind of stick to that formula or that thing. It seems like movies and stuff, and certain things influence you. So some of these filmmakers and that were influenced by the films which are whatever at a certain point. Now they're taking those influences and making newer things, because there's only so many stories in the world. So you take a story and take another story and you start combining them. Tarantino does it all the time, you know. But like, we're now starting to get these like real, more, you could say back in the day it'd been B-movie, but they're kind of B-movie pedigree. We get stuff which have just produced really well, sound design, score design, things have really sort of picked up what used to be a shit movie nowadays. Like, it's not as shit, because like technology has advanced so much more. People can do stuff. I can make movies on my computer at home, which I have, you know, released it to the world. So it's possible to do that stuff and learn yourself. So we're getting this, we will start to keep getting all these incredible films coming out from all of this, especially with the internet technology, and teaching you, a YouTube video, how do I do this, how do I do that, teaching you how to do things, and like, you know what I mean, we're starting to get really interesting stuff.
Like you said earlier, with Monster House and Paranorman, they're made by horror fans, and horror fans are now making horror films, which is fan-fucking-tastic, because you know, they appeal to us so much. You know,
we get a lot more folk horror stuff come out, or stuff like, I'm very much into the real natural, in the woodland type horror movies. The movie I'm trying to develop at the moment, set primarily in the woodland woods. It's called The Woods. You know, and there's a lot of that stuff coming out, and like. That one, Richard Stanley's latest one, Nicolas Cage, Colour of Space.
Colour Out of Space,
Colour Out of Space, like that, and just that real thing like that, and a lot of movies going that way. Ben Wheatley's sort of going that way, and it's just a really interesting time right now. Obviously, we do get oversaturated with shit, but the video shop in the 87, 88 was saturated with some shit as well. So, you know, hopefully... I feel like there's some good stuff coming out. Absolutely. But this is a weird thing, though. I'm now going to talk about a movie from 1971.
Yeah, go for it. Tell me about this.
I discovered a movie...
What was it, something to do with a breast or something?
Robin Redbreast.
Sorry.
Which is a certain bird, obviously. Robin, you know. And it's a BBC One movie, TV movie. It's an hour and 16 minutes, and it's 1971. It's very folk horror. It's basically Rosemary's Baby stroke The Wicker Man.
Right, straight away, this is going on my watch list. Robin Redbreast, 71.
I'm not going to spoil it, you know. It plays with themes which was so interesting, but you've got to remember, this is a TV movie, but it basically needs a remake now, because the camera's quite stilted and it doesn't do that much. It's a TV movie in BBC. The actors are they're a little bit wooden. But the idea, like the woman in it, the fact that she's a script editor in London, and she gets given a cottage. So she goes out to this cottage and goes out there and decides to stay out there for a little while, and meets a naked karate guy.
Wow.
And
hang on. Don't just drop that on me.
I know, I was just like, what the fuck? I didn't pause it in time, I was going to send it to you. And he keeps trying to honour her, and basically she does end up getting pregnant. And I'm not going to say it all, but the themes they're dealing with is she's like, no, I'm going to have an abortion and stuff. And he's like, you can't do that. And he's a real country, he's quite an intelligent guy, but he lives in the country. They've all got country accents, so putting him across as less intelligent, and not that any way that an accent gives you more intelligence, but that's what they're trying to say, you know. And she's from the city of London, blah blah blah. But there's these themes going on, but then something else is happening. The whole sort of Rosary Baby, but the Wicker Man, there's like a sacrificial thing going on. It's just like, this is incredible. Where's this movie been? Well, I don't know. You can you can rent it or you can own it for 99 pence on Amazon Prime.
Hell yeah.
But don't expect incredible sound design and incredible score, incredible sound, incredible pictures, really good effects, really good angles. You're not going to get
BBC TV movie,
Yeah,
it's probably not going to be that, but
there's some stuff in it, and there's just one point later on with a chimney and a dude with an axe, and just like, what the fuck? So, watching it back in the day on BBC One, you'd have been like, what the hell is this? Pretty cool.
I love these random films that were made that sort of vanish a bit, and then they get rediscovered. It's brilliant when that happens.
Well, you can only watch a 16mm black and white version because the colour version was destroyed. They only found one copy.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I watched a Thai film called The Pool, as in the swimming pool.
I saw that. Is this a dude stuck in a swimming pool with an alligator?
Yeah, and it sounds like it wouldn't be very good.
I don't know.
But it's
I
great.
like movies like that.
I mean, the premise is it's a photo shoot in Thailand, and he's the photographer, and the photo shoot wraps up, and he gets in the pool, and he falls asleep, and somebody doesn't know he's there, and they pull the plug on this pool, and it's a really deep pool that you can't get out of. He wakes up, and it's pretty much drained, and his girlfriend's in there with a head injury, and an alligator, because there was pizza been ordered, and the guy drops the pizza, which the smell of the pepperoni attracts an alligator, who decides to get in the pool.
So when water gets drained, they're all stuck in there.
There's a guy, his unconscious girlfriend, whose head is pouring blood, and an alligator, and all he's got to defend himself is like a sofa that was used for the photo shoot, and there were also maybe like one or two other objects, and it's just like this puzzle, like how's he going to get out of this situation? And some of the I'll say the CGI with the alligator isn't always very good, but the gore is good, and it's a very interesting how they keep it going for 90 minutes is brilliant. I won't say any more. There's a few extra bits that are thrown in, a few extra characters pop up, and there's a drone at one point. There's a dog that plays a big part in it.
I love it. We need to make a cheap movie. What can we do? Swimming pool, man, unconscious woman, don't even need to give her lines. Alligator, brilliant.
Honestly, it's very good. 2018.
I'm up for it.
2018, The Pool. I really enjoyed it. And the other film that we both seen, actually, and we both feel slightly differently about, was another new one from 2020, and that was Relic, which is about a woman and her mother who's...
Australian.
Yeah. It felt a bit like Hereditary and that kind of stuff to me. There's a few of these sort of films out at the moment about... that are more psychological horror initially, although this one does go off into other realms, depending on your view. I really liked it. It really touched a nerve with me, but also it definitely went on a different course about 3/4 of the way through. But for that reason,
that's the reason it kind of took me from it, unfortunately. I invested my time into something. I was up for the beginning of the mystery element of where's the mum gone and all that, and where it comes down to it's like, didn't really find out, and I don't know. I liked it, but it's basically dealing with dementia and old age, and ultimately we all die, which is fine, and I understand that, but I was kind of felt like I was told I was watching a different movie, and then it just kind of took me the other way, and it was a real slow burn movie, and I was waiting for the horror, and I was really into it, and I was really like fucking into this, quite like it. It's real slow burn, can't wait for when's this horror thing gonna happen, and then it's not really horror, it's just real life, and obviously that real life can be horrific, I understand that, but that's not what I've been taken. I've taken up one road, and all of a sudden you're just gonna go, no, actually just go this way, like why? I like this road. So that's it for me. I wouldn't watch it again, but it's an interesting... I don't know if I can recommend it because of the fact that I felt like I was slightly cheated, but I understand you digging it.
Yeah, and I think it'll be one of those ones that it probably will be quite divisive, especially because of the ending. But it's a new one, and it's been getting some good reviews and stuff like that, so... Yeah. There we go. And then before we go, one final bit of news, and then we'll take a quick commercial break before we talk about some animated horror. Last thing is, Guy Ritchie's got a new movie coming out.
Which isn't horror, but me and Dan are kind of like our
we both love...
don't we?
Well, we both love Guy Ritchie, and we both love The Stafe.
I've never
Jason
seen Castaway with Madonna though, and that's his.
It's not Castaway, Gav.
And that's the Tom Hanks one, isn't it?
Tom Hanks.
What's the one that she did?
I can't remember that. I know the one you mean, but yeah, I don't.
Casting Off fishing tutorial video with Madonna.
Jesus Christ. No, it's called Wrath of Man. Comes out later this year.
Yeah, Josh Hartnett and Jason Statham. He could give him his hair. He could give him a hairnet.
The plot follows H, who I guess is Jace Statham, who is a cold and mysterious character working at a cash truck company responsible for moving hundreds of millions of dollars around LA every week. Basically, it's Jason Statham in a revenge film directed by Guy Ritchie.
You're saying Ellywood? Saying Ellywood.
Hollywood.
LA, Hollywood, yes. So
there we go. Just wanted to bring that one up because
it should be quite fun, you know. Me and Dan had mentioned this because we both watched The Gentleman fairly recently and we really enjoyed it. If you like Guy Ritchie and the Lovecraft movie. Lovecraft? What's he did? Guy Ritchie and the Lovecraft. Now, what's he did? Lockstock. Right, anyway.
Lovecraft and Two Smoking Barrels.
I can't talk properly. Out of practice from doing this show. It's been so long. Right, let's get out of here. Have a little break. Come back. Look at some little figures that have been just taking photos of and move slightly and taking another photo and move slightly again and taking another photo and move slightly again. Thousands and thousands and thousands of times.
Right, that's it. We've done 8 hours today. What have we achieved?
Oh yeah.
He waved.
Even that they said they struggled with because we're going to do Paranorman to start off with, guys, and they struggled with the fake horror movie at the beginning. They said they struggled really hard because they're trying to make it look shit. And it was really hard because it was stop motion animation to look shit. Anyway, that's what we're doing. We come back to do Paranorman and talk about that little film. We'll be back right after this.
Are you sick of the same old stale podcasts? Well, then join Vanessa and Darren as they dissect movies of all kinds. The two lifelong cinema lovers bring their favorites, curiosities, and first-time watches to the operating table and inject them with a healthy dose of snark. Then there's the waiting room, where they examine books and short stories. So just look for them on Apple Podcasts and where fine podcasts are available. They're part of the Legion Podcast Network. Follow them on Twitter at VD Clinic Pod. Join them on Facebook at facebook.com/groups/VD Clinic Pod. Or email them at vdclinicpod@gmail.com. They're ready to cure what ails you. And still, they just might be a little contagious.
And we're back.
And we're back. Sorry, said that at the same time then, didn't we?
Sorry.
In sync. Before we look at Paranorman then, what we'll do is very quickly look through this subgenre, I guess, which is basically animated, kid-friendly horror. So I've got a little list I've compiled of films that are animated. I could go into the realms of non-animated, things like the Goosebumps movies, which came out recently, which are quite good, and then stuff like Monster Squad. But I want to, that would be hundreds of films. So let's keep it animated.
Makes sense.
Yeah, cartoon, CG, whatever it is, stop motion. But, I mean, I couldn't start this list without mentioning a few shows from when we were younger. I think a lot of people's gateway was a cartoon a lot of people know as Scooby-Doo. It's not a film. There have been films made, and there have been...
There's movies which have that whole idea, like it's almost a Scooby-Doo movie itself. You're watching, like, this is essentially a Scooby-Doo movie.
But Scooby-Doo is an incredible way of getting kids into this kind of genre because, every week you had a ghost or a zombie or a Frankenstein monster or a witch or whatever it was. And at the end of it, it wasn't too scary because you always knew it was usually going to be a guy revealed in a mask. So that they kind of made it nice for the kids that they could be a bit scared perhaps, but
they always knew, yeah. And now
Yeah.
we've got like Mystery Incorporated, that series that's just made by horror fans because it's got like Vincent Price like alikes in it doing a Vincent Price accent and loads of stuff like that. Like this is amazing, like Shining nods to The Shining and stuff. It's like
yeah,
so
I've not
good.
checked that out, but I've heard it's really good. You've told me a couple of times about that one.
Yeah,
So
Mystery Incorporated, yeah.
yeah, Scooby-Doo's amazing, and I know that we can not talk about that. Also, a childhood favourite of mine was the real Ghostbusters cartoon. Not sure if you watched that as much as I did, Gav.
Yeah. The one with the gorilla.
No, that was just the Ghostbusters.
Oh, I watched both of them. So.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, the Ghostbusters was by Filmation, who did He-Man. And then the real Ghostbusters, they named it that because there was already a Ghostbusters cartoon out. Yeah.
How did they get away with doing the Ghostbusters?
Because Ghostbusters movie made so much money and nobody really had heard very much about the Filmation cartoon. So Dan Aykroyd just said, screw you. But then when the cartoon came
was out first, before the
yeah,
movie.
the cartoon was out a long time before.
That's what I was saying. How did they do the cartoon? But oh shit.
But then when they wanted to make a cartoon off the back of Ghostbusters, because Ghostbusters 1 and 2 were phenomenally
They had to say the real Ghostbusters.
successful. Yeah, they had to add the real Ghostbusters. And the reason they did that was to sort of say to Filmation, no, this is the real Ghostbusters here. So they added that.
And I remember watching the Ghostbusters and being like, why is there a gorilla in it? Why isn't it? Like,
Why is the gorilla driving the car?
Yeah, it was like, this isn't what I remember Ghostbusters. And I was always a bit gutted. So when that cartoon came, a real one, now even had Slimer. I was, oh my God, it's got Slimer. And it's got all of them. It's just like, this is really good. It almost has the dry humour of Peter Venkman as well.
Yeah, it's got all the 4 main Ghostbusters in it. Janine, Slimer is their pet, or whatever you want to call him. I think Lewis was even in a few later seasons. And the guy that did the weird thing for me in that one is always that the guy that voices Peter Venkman also voices Garfield, the cat in the cartoons. And Bill Murray.
Bill Murray was the voice of Garfield in some of the movies.
Yeah. So that's a bit of a weird parallel.
2 movies, which is really weird, which he regrets doing, but that's really weird.
Arsenio Hall did the voice of Winston in that cartoon as well. So they got in a good voice cast. Yeah, good voice cast. Great show. You had your Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Every week again, it was a different ghost or monster or whatever it was. And again, you always knew the Ghostbusters were going to save the day. So it wasn't too scary for the kids. It was decent. Love that show. There was another show I watched as well. I'm sure you probably watched this, Gav. Dungeons and Dragons.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the kids, and this is a great premise, and I've always wanted them to make this film.
Cartoon. Yeah.
Imagine the film. So the plot is, for anyone that hasn't seen it, this isn't one of these 80s cartoons. A bunch of kids get on a ghost
really
train
horror,
ride.
It's fantasy, isn't it?
No, I suppose, but there's dragons and monsters and zombies and skeletons in it.
Yeah, fantasy realm though that is, but it's okay. You can accept that in the horror world.
Yeah, so these kids get on this ghost train ride, and before they know it, they're sucked into another realm where they all get a different power. Whether you're an acrobat or you can go invisible or you've got a club or a bow and arrow. And they've got to take on Bengor on his winged horse. And they've got the little dungeon master who shows up, doesn't he? I'm the dungeon master. And he kind of shows them around and what they've got to do.
Rubbish for us. We'd get off the roller coaster. What's your power? And you'd be like, I speak. And I'll be like, well, what's yours? I can't see. That'd be our powers.
Yeah, we'd be killed instantly by the dragon in that one. But that was another show that I always used to love. But I had to mention a few of the older shows, cartoons. Most of what we're going to talk about for this little bit now, though, are CG, because CG is the new sort of cartoon, the new animation, really.
Well, the 2 movies we're speaking of later on is stop motion and mocap.
Yeah, really interesting.
Two different
mocap. Mocap's a funny one because, or motion caption for anyone that's not familiar. It's a funny one because it's like CG, but I guess it's cheaper. All you got to do is buy the Lycra suit, and the actor can act out the scene, run around the room.
You've got a basis to build on.
Yeah,
with
and
more
then you
realism to it.
And the computer basically, as long as once you've got the model of the character, the computer just does the animation for you, really. Even used in like the new Ninja Turtles movies and stuff. That's how they did all the Ninja Turtles. They just had actors on screen in the Lycra interacting with all the other actors, and then they just chucked on the model of the Ninja Turtle over the top of them. So and then as you say, Paranorman is incredibly stop motion, which is incredible to see.
Wallace and Gromit, which is a very great series and very good stop motion, and obviously Ray Harryhausen was a pioneer of this stuff, and you can see it in the Jason the Argonauts and Sinbad videos and etc. And stop motion animation is just such a time consuming thing. It's something which you can have super fucking patience to do, and be sure that the 3 months that you're going to work 18 hours a day or whatever, make sure it's going to, at the end of it, you're like, that's brilliant, or you go, oh, that's a bit shit. So yeah, I guess it's something it takes a long time to learn, because you're going to have to do a lot of trials.
Well, let me go through this little list of, these are generally films. So I wanted to mention Monsters, Inc. and Monsters University. Brilliant. You know, if we're talking about...
Watched them recently. Fucking brilliant.
We're talking about films that have a horror element that are animated for and your kids can watch them. Those two are brilliant.
Well,
really.
How good's that? Like a place where you go to work and it's to scare people, scare kids and stuff. And you like, it's brilliant. It's such a great concept. It's so. I watched it with Elijah. He loved it. Eyes glued to the screen.
And at the same time, Sully, voiced by John Goodman, it is one of the cuddliest monsters you'll ever see. You just want to give him a big furry hug.
Euro Disneyland. One of my kids did give Sully a big hug.
Oh, bless. And you've got Mike Lebowski in there, so Billy Crystal, so that's decent. And then Monsters University is the prequel. I don't think it was as good, but it was still funny.
It's okay.
Yeah, I loved it. I'll tell you what I did love, which only dropped in 2019, was The Addams Family. I don't know if you've seen this, the animated one.
No.
Highly rate this film. They really capture this really weird, quirky side that the films, I like the films to an extent, and I love the TV show, but this CG, because it's CG and they can do so much more, you know, there's no gravity in a cartoon. It's just mad. 2019, The Addams Family, really, really great film, got a good voice cast in it. If you haven't seen that, your kids are going to love it. It's a bit freaky, but that's The Addams Family for you. That shit used to be on TV, you know, back in the day. Hotel Transylvania.
Yeah, kind of fun.
They get progressively slightly worse. Not that they're terrible, but it gets a bit. It
just becomes a bit same old, and the jokes were funnier last time. There's nothing really to it. Yeah.
But Adam Sandler, yibbity bobbity boo. I can't do my Adam Sandler anymore, but there's that voice. He plays Dracula. Who says, "What's his line?"
I didn't realise he was Dracula.
Yeah, he's Dracula in that. It's got a great cast. Steve Buscemi plays a werewolf in it, with about a litter of 25 werepups. And there's just loads of monsters and creatures in it. They're good fun, especially the first one. The second one's good. The third one, they go on a cruise. And like you say, Gav, it is a little bit meh. But they're fun movies, Hotel Transylvania. One of my favourite ones, which if we ever come back to this genre, I would love to cover, is Coraline. Really creepy, feels like a Tim Burton film about a girl that discovers another dimension where the people have buttons for eyes, and it's just dark, very dark stuff. Are you a fan of that one?
Yeah, it's not too bad actually. Yeah, I don't mind that movie. Sarah makes a cracking crocheted Coraline.
Really?
Yeah, it looks fucking spot on. Yeah.
Foxy's Fantastic Fabrications, guys. If you want to hit up that,
yeah,
always sell him.
Yeah, no, it's not a bad movie. It's in the vein of the older Fumijigi, isn't it?
Burton.
Yeah, it's in Burton.
Yeah, it does feel like a Tim Burton movie. Well, we should talk about Tim Burton because he has dropped a couple. Nightmare Before Christmas was produced by him. And everyone rates that one. That was stop motion as well. You know, and it's good. I personally, and this might be controversial, I'm not a massive fan. I feel it's a little overrated. It's good, definitely, but I've never been a huge fan of that. However, I am a big fan of The Corpse Bride that he did, which is quite a sick story, really, about a guy voiced by Johnny Depp, no surprise in a Tim Burton film, who drops an engagement ring onto a grave and sort of pretends to propose or practice proposing, and the corpse sort of comes alive and says, "Oh, I'll marry you then." And he's ended up got to marry this dead girl, and he goes to the underworld and meets her dead family.
Interesting story, and it is what it does. All these movies do, though, you're taking children to the realms of death without making it a horrible or scary place or something, you know.
Yeah, without showing them, you know, a scene from Day of the Dead where somebody's guts fall out or something like that. It's child friendly enough. It pushes a few boundaries, and obviously every child's sensitivity is
hopefully not
different.
making people be scared of death. You know.
Yeah, I suppose that's a good shout. Tim Burton also did Frankenweenie.
Yeah.
Again, I was never a massive fan of this. I don't know why.
I think I've seen it.
But the dog that gets stitched back together.
Yeah.
You know, it's good, but I just was never. It never grabbed me like it does some people, I guess. Very quickly, just want to talk Japanese. There is Studio Ghibli or Studio
Ghibli.
I've heard it pronounced different ways. They've done a few ghostly or weird films, and my favourite one, the one I would mention the most, is Spirited Away from 2001. It's an incredible. It's kind of like if Disney went really dark. It's just this really strange film, and because it's a lot of Japanese culture in it, which is very different for us and stuff alien to us Westerners. There's a creature with the white mask who just sort of goes like that, and then you've got the giant baby sort of walking around. It's just like a nightmare, but also like a fantasy. It's a very strange film. I like that one. Yeah. Spirited Away. You like that one then, do you?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
it's good one, that one. That's kind of it, really. There's, you know, like I said, I don't want to talk about stuff that isn't animated because we'll get into a massive list of.
Have you seen 9?
Yeah, I've seen 9 about the puppet. Thought it was okay. Quite liked it.
But when we want to get down to it, we want horror. We want, you know, and what Monster House, which you talk about today. I fucking love Monster House. It's a real. I love the fact it's also set in 1982, which is even better.
I think what's great about the 2 films that we're going to be looking at in this episode is that if you're a parent who's a horror fan, you'll get something out of this film.
Both of them, yeah, you can do. Yeah.
But your kid will also just enjoy it straight up.
And then maybe a little introduction into the world of horror.
Yeah. Oh, Daddy, why does this happen? Mummy, why is he said that? Oh, that's a reference to. And when you're older, you can watch that.
You're not going to get kids doing that. That's what you wish that you can say to kids is, "Oh, that's a reference," and they look and go, They don't even look at you because they don't give a shit. They just look up and say, "Give me some food." Like, oh, okay, I'll pause it again, shall I? Are we going to watch this bloody movie or not?
So there's probably more out there. Post up any we might have missed off on the Facebook page.
Yeah, please,
let us know.
Or Instagram. You can always send us a message, or Twitter. You can tweet us.
I'm a big fan of any 80s cartoons. If I've missed some off there, which I probably have, Scooby-Doo, The Real Ghostbusters, Dungeons and Dragons. There's probably other ones I've completely missed, but let me know if I have.
Yeah, but we want to kind of stay with horror because you could, with stuff, you could start going to sci-fi, then there's going to be loads. So we want to stay with the horror as much as we can. So the fantasies, just going to the borders a little bit, Dungeons and Dragons, but we want to stick in the horror. So if we haven't mentioned anything and there's something that you like, let us know.
Whoopie, whoopie, woo!
So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, strap yourselves in, get all comfy. Dan and I are going to take you on a little ride to Paranorman.
Here's the trailer.
Meet Norman.
Can't you be like other kids your age?
His parents don't get him.
He's probably up there fiddling with his Ouija or his orb.
Harry, let's do it together.
It's just that most of them
Good morning.
aren't exactly alive.
How's it hanging?
Haven't heard that one before.
You see ghosts like all the time? Who's a good boy? That's not his chin. Couldn't you use another stall?
Time is running out.
From the makers of Coraline.
The witch's ghost is going to wake up tonight. And when she does, she'll raise the dead. You've got to use your gift of talking to the dead to stop it.
This is crazy.
Do I look crazy to you?
You might want to give that a few minutes.
Now, to save his town, he'll need a little help.
Oh, yeah.
I got you.
Oh, this is getting completely out of hand! Is he dead or what?
And a whole lot of guts.
Is everyone all right? Nobody got bitten? I bit. I hung. Did that count?
This summer, you don't become a hero
Norman!
Norman? This is so Norman.
by being normal.
There's nothing wrong with being scared, Norman. So long as you don't let it change who you are.
Paranorman.
You want to play some hockey?
Paranorman from 2012. A misunderstood boy takes on ghosts, zombies, and grown-ups to save his town from a centuries-old curse. 2012. It's stop motion, like we keep saying, which is unbelievable because it looks like CG.
Insane.
Amazing job.
Really,
amazing
absolutely
job.
insane. Yeah.
When you look at the shadows, and obviously there are some effects, with regards to clouds and spells being cast and things like that. But I'd say 95% of this film is just stop motion.
It's not really a fun film, I gotta say. It doesn't feel like it's aimed for kids. It just seems a bit of a serious subject matter, almost.
Yeah, it's quite dark, isn't it?
It's a weird one. It's like, who are you aiming it for? Obviously not kids. I guess you're aiming it for 15-year-olds and upwards, I'm guessing. Do you know what I mean? I don't know, it's a bit strange.
Yeah, because it looks like 8-year-olds would love it, and they probably would.
Visually,
but some of the subject matter,
like if I now, what did Elijah think of it? I didn't watch it with him, but says he has seen it, but he couldn't remember it. But I think he said he wasn't into it. I think Jay also. Oh, Jay. Funny enough, Jay said that they studied it for like 2 months at school in film studies. So they would probably have. They didn't watch it with me. They'd probably have loads of bloody shit on it. But I don't know. I am interested on that. I will ask them actually what their conclusion of the film is.
Yeah, because like we said, the subject matter, which we'll get into when we talk about it, but also it's got a bit of a Sixth Sense vibe to it about a kid that can kind of see dead people, cementing that people die, and you might have to have a conversation with your child about where did Grandpa go? Well, Grandpa's probably is Grandpa a ghost? So it might create strange conversations.
Well, it's going back to what I was saying, isn't it? The whole sort of just introducing death to children. This is doing it if we're looking at it this way, and it is aimed at kids, this is doing it in a very, very beautiful way.
Yeah, there's a few moments in this.
The kid does get picked on and bullied a little bit, but like just at the end when his grand's there and his dad accepts his grand's there and they leave him a space on the sofa. And, that's quite nice. And,
and the witch in this as well, who was brutally hung from a tree. Again, you don't see many hangings in a child's film.
It's true. It is quite a strange one. So I'm going at, this isn't actually aimed at children. I'm going at 12 and up, I guess.
I mean, I'm not a child and I thoroughly enjoyed this. So this is about my third watch.
If you were a child and you look like how you look, it'd be really weird.
I'd be like Robin Williams in Jack.
When you got to 40, and if you're like 8 now, and you got to 40, fucking hell.
Imagine if I revealed now that I'm actually just a 10-year-old, but I've got like a weird hormone
disease thing. Right, yeah.
Just really hairy 10-year-old.
Did know a dude who had an aging thing. Well, I didn't really know him. I knew people knew him, so you'd be in the pub and you'd see him and be like, fucking hell, look at him. And his face would be all rubbery and that, but he's just growing really old. His face was going super old. Weird.
That is weird, isn't it?
Really weird. Yeah, he must look old now. I don't think he listens. If you do, I'm sorry.
Well, those people who have that kind of disease, I can't remember the name of it now, they often don't live very long because their organs are aging at a rapid rate, unfortunately.
That's a weird thing. And then there's that movie with that girl who's a woman, but she's playing a girl, isn't she? But obviously was a girl. Orphan. Orphan, yeah. That was a crazy old
Based on a... There's a bit of a true story around that as well, isn't there? Yeah. Very strange. But anyway...
We covered it on World of Strangeness.
We're here to talk about Paranorman. So let's kick things off. So we start off with what seems to be a John Carpenter / Sam Raimi old sort of B movie.
It's like if fucking Robert Rodriguez was doing something for Grindhouse or something.
Yeah,
it's like a real Z movie, zombie movie. Excuse the pun.
We've got like basic rip off of John Carpenter style,
like a synth track. It's an 80s synth track, and so when I first watched this. That came on, I was just like, in there, fucking, you've got me in there. Because this was like 2012. Grindhouse wasn't that, been out for that long. I don't even know what year Grindhouse was. But that whole, whole cinema score, and it goes into the Grindhouse. It's just like, oh man, this is amazing. And this is the bit they said took a long time to making the characters be shit in stop motion.
We get a lot of Sam Raimi's type angles as well. There's a woman in it who looks a bit like Laurie from Halloween. So, this is just to sort of say to the parents, this is kind of what... There's going to be a few references throughout this film. We cut away to find out this is a film that's being watched by Norman, or Paranorman as he's called.
And his gran.
And his grandma. And she says to him, what are you watching here? And he says... It's quite funny. Like one of the first things he says, "I'm watching Sex and Violence, Grandma." That's the first thing he says. I love that.
And that's why his dad's like, well, "Can't you watch just normal stuff?" It's really hard because Jay will be watching the weirdest shit, and I'll be like, "The fuck is this shit?" And I can't say that to them because then they'll just look at me and look at my movie collection and be like, "Yeah." I watch loads of freaky shit. I don't mean freaky shit.
Freak it, baby.
I've got my collection of freaky shit, and then I've got my collection of freaky shit.
Fucking hell.
It's under the cupboard.
Oh, you've seen Dan's Dungeon. Ooh.
Your dungeon. Me and Sarah were in there last time, and on there, if you're a patron, you'd know. And we're looking around your dungeon, and whoa, stinky and dark.
So I like it. So Norman lives with his mum and dad and his sister, and his grandma. However, we are pretty much instantly told that Grandma's dead. And he talks to Grandma all the time. His parents are very cross about this. Stop that. It's not true. It's the usual thing. They don't believe him. They think he's mad, or it's puberty, or it's grief. But he talks to his grandma. We see her as the viewer, and we see this woman sitting there in the chair, dissing whatever he's watching on television. But yeah, no one believes him. That's how we kind of introduced it to Norman, really. We get a great little scene where he wakes up in the morning, the alarm clock goes off.
Just before this, in the kitchen, when he goes out there, no one believes him. His dad's out there, his sister's out there, and his mum's out there. We do get an info dump of characters. We get his sister's this typically older sort of teenager, like it was a scene coming across as like a ditzy, looks at her phone all the time, doesn't really give a shit, and likes boys with big muscles.
That's Courtney, isn't it?
Character. We've got a dad who's just looks like a blue collar, works probably his arse off, and it's like a real almost stereotypical family, and the mum, very domesticated mum, it looks like, and dad's the whole time like, what are you doing, Norman? Can't you just be a normal kid? And we've got this theme going through it with his dad wanting to be normal, and that's a question that's always asked, what is normal? You can't say what normal is. It's different for every person. Everybody should be unique. You should be who you are. So I like that thing going through it, because he comes towards the end of his revelation that Gran is sitting there, or what's Gran saying there, and he comes to understand his son, and it's a nice little sentiment if you look at it like that as well. It's a bigger picture to the story. But yes, we get this character info dump, boom, there and go, and that's what we got, the family dynamic. But basically they think Norman's a fucking freak, like most of the kids at school.
Bless him. Bless his little cotton socks. And he is really, really into horror films and horror memorabilia.
Slippers, alarm clock, zombies.
He's got
when he wakes up. It does a Shaun in Shaun of the Dead.
It's a Shaun of the Dead, isn't it? It's basically got some Shaun of the Dead stuff in this as well. I love his alarm clock with this sort of and the hand comes out of it and stuff. He goes off to school, and on his way to school, he talks to these people that are dead. They're all dead. And they're from all different eras throughout the history. You've got some people that have only just been killed. You've got dogs that have been run over. You've got postmen, soldiers on horses.
It's basically, if you've seen Peter Jackson's Mock Joe Fox, The Frighteners, if you've seen that movie, it's essentially that, where I was thinking about this earlier. Like, I watched with Sarah and I, we watched a lot on YouTube of these 10 scariest things caught on CCTV and all these sorts of videos, and you see all this sort of spooky things going on, and I was just thinking how fun it would be to make a movie where it's two ghosts, but the ghosts are just there and they're just shutting the door, and you've got these Japanese people going, fuck your mother, because that's what they said. I don't know why fuck your mother is what you say when you're scared, and you just keep saying it at a ghost over and over. It's like, that is not going to make the ghost happy. That is going to make the ghost worse. Stop saying fuck your mother. Anyway, but you can imagine that as a movie, but two ghosts like The Frighteners or like this, actually there just going opening or shutting and just laughing at them, and they've got their cameras running around. I thought it'd be hilarious.
Tap him on the shoulder. All right,
just make a movie about that. I thought it'd be really
that'd
funny.
Be really funny.
Yeah. But yeah, that's what we got with this. But we didn't mention, just before the whole waking up thing, we do have a very small cut sequence to a very big fella who just says, "Not much time."
Oh yes,
and then that's
John Goodman.
John Goodman, which is we said about earlier, Sully and Monsters Inc. We didn't speak about that, so that's interesting, and it's just a quick. So it's like, oh, what was that? A little bit mystery, but yeah, back into Norman. So we're back in the town. We've seen these. He knows ghosts. He's friends with ghosts. He sees them every day. They know his name. They've got a repertoire going on. These people, these ghosts, these beings, these souls.
Loads and loads of ghosts. He must probably see about 50 ghosts on the way to school. And the other good thing about this journey to school,
a very special child.
It does. And the other good thing about this trip to school is us as the viewers get to see, firstly, that it's almost Halloween in this town, and decorations are going up and pumpkins are appearing, but also we get to find out a bit more about this town called Blythe Hollow, named after a witch that was hung at Blythe Hollow, and it's a town with a lot of history, a bit like Salem, I guess. Everything in it is named after something witchy. There's the witchy wieners.
But the
which later on the W
turns to itchy wieners,
which I thought is brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So yeah, there's lots of coffee bars named after witches and cauldron, that kind of stuff. So it's a bit of a gothic town. It's cool. It's very cool.
You just keep talking to listeners. I'm going to let the cat out.
Is that a euphemism?
If you see my penis coming out, yes.
Well, I can see his penis, ladies and gentlemen, so he is indeed letting the cat out, but not the bag. Yes, we do see, so Prendergast is the name of the John Goodman character. Here he is, he's back now. There he is, hello.
Hello.
I'm just talking about Prendergast, who's the name of the John Goodman character.
Yeah.
And he's a bit of a Michael Myers at this point. He's sort of just watching.
Norman says at one point that's his weird uncle. Is that actually his weird uncle?
Yeah, he is related to him.
Because his dad's of stature, size-wise, as well.
Yeah. We don't know much about this John Goodman character at this moment, this Prendergast. All we know is he's a bit of a it's got a death curse kind of a guy.
What is that?
I don't know.
80s TV programme we used to watch. Prendergast.
Oh, you're talking about Rent-A-Ghost.
Rent-A-Ghost. See,
if your mansion house needs haunting, just call Rent-A-Ghost.
I can't even fucking. I'm going to have to go on YouTube. Check that out.
I've got a Rent-A-Ghost t-shirt upstairs.
Oh my god! I don't even remember the logo, or I remember that tune a little bit.
It's got Jeremy the Jester on the t-shirt.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So we now get to meet the dumb bullies, because there's a group of horrible bullies that bully poor old Norman.
Always is. And there's always
There's
a lead
always.
bully, isn't there? And he's always really a bit thick, really.
The lead bully is Mitch, I think his name is, the big one. And he's got a gang of people. It is McLovin.
It is McLovin, yeah. I love Superbad, man.
It's a good film.
Yeah.
And they pick on him. They corner him around his locker. Oh, spoke to any ghosts today? Oh, yeah, blah, blah, blah. And then at one point a fly sort of goes on the locker and he splats it and he says, go on, tell me what he said. Go on. And Norman just sort of says, flies can't talk, can they? So he's used to this. He's completely used to being bullied. They're horrible. They leave him be for a little bit more, but this isn't. He probably gets this 10 times a day throughout the day. Poor kid.
Yeah, it only gets worse as well.
It does get worse.
At the school play when he declares in front of the whole school stuff, which we get to. And that's just like, no. If you're getting bullied already, that's fucking tenfold. That shit's going to get you fucked up tomorrow at school.
Well, talking of school plays, that is a good plot point for this, driving this story along, because there is a school play where they're going to reenact the hanging of the witch in the town. So it's to mark the 300th anniversary of their town and the witch that was hung 300 years ago. So sounds like a lovely play for children to be involved in. I'm sure I'd love it if my children, Daddy, I get to be the man who hangs the witch in the play. Oh, great. Can't you just be a wise man or a camel or something?
Yeah, I just love it. Yeah, just whoever programmed or directs it, the teacher, brilliant.
She did, on her death, she did vow to curse the entire town.
Who did?
And the witch.
Her name is Agatha?
Aggie or Agatha. She said that she would make everybody come back as zombies or the undead to forever sort of regret what they'd done to her. So that was her vow that she. So we learned this because they're getting ready for the school play and it's all kind of, they're practicing and they're doing their rehearsals and all that business. Norman, in the middle of this play, is distracted by visions. He keeps getting these weird random visions of witches and a little bit more than just the normal ghosts that he sees. He's almost seeing another dimension.
It's almost like he's going back in time, like to when the town was occupied with witches or so-called witches and obviously witch hunters, witch finders, etc.
Witch violence.
No, witch finders I was saying, but my words just didn't work.
It sounded like you said witch violence.
I know. Sometimes I probably just mumble any old thing. By the way, we are introduced a couple more characters. Now, this goes with the old 80s cliche, because we end up having like a nerd sort of character, which is Norman, so to speak. We've got like his friend who you'd say is possibly the fatty, Then we got.
I was just about to talk about him.
And then we got the jock kid in it. They're introduced a little bit. It was a real big, muscly dude. They have this little team. But also before the play, the old guy dies.
He does, Prendergast. Yes. He does die. Before we get to that, let's talk about Neil very quickly. Neil is
Neil? Is that his mate, the ginger?
Yeah, Neil is his ginger, chubby friend who, despite Norman not really wanting anything to do with anyone, Neil pretty much forces him to be his friend. He's like, dude, you get bullied every day. I get bullied every day. Let's be friends. Come on.
You got to give it to him. Yeah, he's just going in, what am I working with here? I've got the ginger curly hair. They're bullying me and stuff, and I love it. It's like, come on, let's join forces. Two heads are better than one.
Before Prendergast dies, they do get to speak to him outside, and he tries to talk to them, and he says, I see ghosts too, I'm just like you. And he's like, yeah, okay, uncle, whatever. And then he's like, have you had some visions? Have you been having visions of the witch's curse? And then the last thing he says, watch for the signs. And they sort of go, get away from us, you crazy old man. And they do. So he says, sorry, that's my uncle.
Yeah.
And Norman says, yes, it's true, Neil. I see ghosts everywhere I go. It's just the way it is. And he says to him, will you help me with my dog? My dog died recently. And I love this scene. He says, go on then. So they go to Neil's backyard. And his dog, I think his dog was run over, because when he sees him...
Well, he says, the ghost, he says he sees people who have died suddenly, or ones that have something to finish and haven't gone yet. That's the ones that he can see.
That's it. And the dog is basically in two halves, which is quite full-on for a kids' film.
Yeah, again, yeah.
And the dog sort of... You've got some funny jokes where the dog literally can chase its own tail because it's in half, and... Neil's like so happy, even though he can't see it. He's like, where is he? Shall I throw my stick? Oh, this is so good. Even though Norman could be completely taking the piss out of him, but Neil loves it, and they vow to become friends at this point.
Mm.
Now Prendergast dies. He's clutching a book. His heart's going. He's a big guy, a bit like John Goodman in real life. His heart's probably working hard there, and he has some kind of heart attack and dies.
Yeah, Norman's got to get this book back, which we will get to. And I looked into rigor mortis. Rigor mortis is normally 1 to 6 hours, but generally it's 2 to 4 hours, and then it goes again. And then Norman goes to get the book and can't get the book out of his hands because of rigor mortis, but it's like a couple of days later. Just thought I'd say that. I looked into it.
Thanks for your research there on that, Gab.
Thanks.
Rigor mortis. It is hard sometimes. I do find myself going stiff. And other days it just doesn't happen. So
there's pills for that.
Okay, I'll look into that.
I don't need no help. The wind just moves and changes and flagpoles.
Oh boy. So Prendergast is a ghost, yes. It's time for the school play. They act out the curse. Kill the witch. Kill the witch. While they're doing that whole scene.
It's so full on, isn't it, though, for kids? It's like, what the fuck? If you're a parent... If I was a parent, I'd be like, this fucking rules, beginning of devil hand and everything, but like... most parents would be like, what the shit is this?
You've got these middle American parents with camcorders who are like filming the play. Like, oh, Johnny's in the play. And like poor Neil.
Again, there's some of these places like Salem and stuff, isn't there? Some of the places in the States where like it brings tourist trade in, you know.
And poor Neil, he gets to play the tree that the witch gets hung from.
Play a tree, like what you can play a tree.
It's this big break. He gets to be the tree with the noose hanging from it.
Fucking tree. Don't move. You just stand there looking at the crowd.
But in the middle of this, unfortunately, an owl flies into the theatre. Although only Norman seems to see this owl.
It'd be good if it landed on the tree, though, wouldn't it?
And shit on it.
Tree's just falling over.
As soon as this owl lands, Norman immediately goes back into one of these weird trance visions where he's back in time. And then we get this Evil Dead moment where all the trees sort of come alive and are grasping at him. He manages to snap out of it just in time, but does shout to a whole room full of parents and teachers and children, "The dead are coming!"
Yeah.
And everyone's like...
It's just, that's the thing you do. Don't say that, kid. Your life is ruined tomorrow. But even more so after this happens, though, he's in the car and his dad says stuff and storms out the car, and he says to his mum, like, boy, is Dad afraid of me? He shouldn't. No, she says your dad's a bit afraid. And he's like, my dad shouldn't be afraid of me. It's me, which is, it's all like quite heavy. And she's like, she's not afraid of you. She's afraid of your gift. Like, because of your gift. Like, afraid for you. And it's all a bit like, this is like heavy duty. It's like Superman level. Do you know what I mean? Like, you've been given something, like, people are going to look at you and think you're weird for it, but really you might be able to help people in a certain way. It's just like, it's heavy stuff. Like, for Elijah would be like, what the fuck's this shit? Just give me some more food. It was like, you know.
I think this would be good for a teenager that's struggling with, you know, something in their life or an identity.
You could probably apply these methods. The same, the gift. The gift could be anything. You could put,
Yep.
and if you're in a certain desperate, it's why we have religions, because at a certain time people need stuff, and religion does that for them. It's why we have lots of different things in the world, and you go towards it in certain times when you need that thing, and we need these things regardless of if it does for one person, it does for someone else. They could be completely different things. It's whatever it does for you and makes you feel better at the time. So you could take this, watch this, like you say, for something's happening in your life, and just transfer what that is, the gift, as whatever I have. And, like, you know, people will look at you strange, but you just carry on with it, and it makes you unique and makes you a special person.
It could even teach a parent a lesson to be more accepting of a child, or a child's, you know, if a child is a bit odd, or in your eyes is a bit odd, it doesn't mean they are, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Like you're going to have the sort of parent which could not have their child being gay, you know, where like that might help them understand that, you know, this could be more of a gift, you know.
Well, at this point, Norman is unfortunately grounded by his dad for his outburst, and that's the consequence of that. It's the next day at school. It's not good, is it? He gets there.
Don't do it, kid. Don't fucking do it.
Abnorman. Hey, Abnorman. That's what the new nickname for him is. Seen any ghosts lately? When are they coming? Here he is. Yeah. So he goes into the bathroom, to the boys' room, and he just hides in there.
Luckily, he wasn't trying to take his shit. And he had his trousers on, and he's sitting with the lid down, because then he does look up, and what's in the toilet? It's his fucking dead uncle.
His dead uncle's ghostly face comes out the toilet.
Good, he didn't poop.
Hey, Norman. And he says, I've got to pass on a message to you, Norman. It's about the witch's curse. She's coming. She's definitely coming back to enact her revenge. What you need to do is you need to read from the book. And you need to take it to the spot that she was burned at. And you need to read from it. The book's with me. I died holding the book. And Norman's like, hang on a minute. This is crazy. And he said, this is one of my favourite jokes in the whole film. He says to him, Norman, swear to me you'll do it. Swear to me. And he says, swear to you? What, the F word? And he says, no, swear to me that you'll do it. Promise me you'll do it. But I love the fact that Norman's a kid and he thinks his uncle's just saying, swear to me.
Yeah, no, it is. Yeah, absolutely. It's very deadpanned delivered as well, really. It must be for 12. I'm going 12 and up. What is the movie to say there? What it is?
It's probably a PG, I would say.
Yeah, I guess. But I think really you're looking at 12 and up, really. Just that gag then, you know.
It's just funny, isn't it? And there's some puberty jokes in it later on, which are great as well.
You've got puberty jokes in Monster House as well.
Oh, yeah, indeed.
What's happening with your voice? What's happening?
I got the puberty. Sorry about that.
Got a bit of a case of the puberty.
I love the fact that when he comes out the toilet, Neil tries to defend Norman against the bullies, because the bullies are there. And he sort of helps him and stands up against Alvin and all the bullies. So, you know. And then his ringtone goes off. And his ringtone is John Carpenter's Halloween. There you go. How fucking cool is that?
Oh, I love that when I saw that. It's another little throwback, and I was like, oh.
And that links into the second gag, which is someone's ringing him, and it's Neil, and he looks out the window, and you've got that bit from Jason where Jason's just stood in the garden looking up at you, because you've got Neil in a hockey mask, and whoa, and then he takes his mask off. He says, "Oh, hi! I just wondered if you wanted to come play hockey with me."
Yeah.
Brilliant. I'm like, all my boxes are getting ticked throughout this film. Really enjoying it.
We now got a breakdance scene with the bully over Jizzy Rascal.
Yep. Fix up, look sharp.
Oh, Jizzy.
Jizzy. Why'd you call him Jizzy Rascal?
Jizzy Rascal. Fix up, look sharp.
Yeah, the bullies are breakdancing to Fix Up, Look Sharp, and Neil... Norman tells Neil about... basically says, I saw my dead uncle in the toilet. That's never going to go down well. But Neil sticks with him every time he tells him something. Neil's like, cool. He's such a good friend, isn't he?
He needs a mate, though, doesn't he? He's going to go along with anything, really.
Yeah, I suppose.
So he gets to the dead guy's house, and this is different territory for him. The territory for him is weird, the fact that he talks to dead people. He doesn't have to involve himself with actual physical entities. He involves himself with the souls. So, in the apparitions. So, like, this is a whole new thing for him. It's a dead body. Like, the police aren't there. It's going to smell. It's like, you know, the fact he has to deal with rigor mortis, like I say, wouldn't be there still. But it's a whole new thing for him.
And it's pretty cool, this scene, because, you know, they get to this creepy house. And we know that there's a body in there. He suspects. He knows that his uncle died. He told him he's dead. And it's so modern at the same time because they use their... I've just thought it was a great touch. They use their camera light to see the way, you know, on their phone. And I just thought, God, that's just 2012, isn't it? That's what we do now, you know?
Yeah.
Just flick on your phone. I mean, I do it when I turn off all the lights if Alice is already asleep. I just use the light on my phone to see where I'm going. It's what everyone does. It's crazy. But yeah, I love that bit. He gets scared by some moths. He finds the dead body. The book is stuck in the hand. It's gross, the body, because, I mean, they didn't need to put this in it, but you get that bit where the tongue sort of rolls out of the guy's mouth, the dead body's mouth, and the eyes roll back.
I know. It's a bit full on.
Why have you got that in a child's film? It's bad enough there's a dead body stiff on the ground, but now its tongue's rolling out of its mouth and its eyes are rolling back. Christ.
Yeah.
So he manages to get the book anyway eventually, and they walk through the graveyard and they find this spot that they think that the witch was burned and hung at. So they get the book and they open it up, and it seems to be a fairy tale. You know, we all thought it was going to be like the Necronomicon or a spell, but it just seems to be some kind of weird fairy tale.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, while they're doing this, Alvin and the Bullies, not Alvin and the Chipmunks,
Alvin and the Chipmunks.
Alvin and the Chipmunks arrive and they have a sing-off. Alvin, Simon,
Chipmunk, I can't go high enough.
You know. We do see a great effect now. The witch's face starts appearing in the clouds, and these spectral hands come down and sort of sink into the ground. And this scene where these zombies come out of the ground now is A, hilarious, but also B, really cool to see zombies breaking out the ground.
And like they're like dressed like in like what 1800s clothing sort of thing. It's just like, what the fuck, like period of clothing. So they look really like even more like some of the are they witch zombies or like what are they like? What
like
the
Witchfinder zombies.
General zombie, yeah.
And it's so funny because we've got this, like, again, this John Carpenter style score while this is going on. But initially, the first couple of zombies, you know, a head comes out, a hand punches at the ground. Then you get a foot punch at the ground. And then one of them just comes out ass first from the ground. This butt just breaks up through the ground. And then he stands up. And I just thought, they didn't need to do that. They did it, and I'm glad they did. I've never seen a zombie break out of the ground ass first. And I have now. Thank you, Paranorman. That's brilliant. So the kids run away. Neil, we find Neil. Neil, your friend Norman's on the phone for you. Yeah. You're not watching my aerobics DVD again, are you? No. And he is, isn't he? He's got it paused. Again, quite an adult joke in this film. Neil's watching an aerobics DVD. I don't know what he's doing, Gav, but do you think he's doing aerobics?
It's definitely pubescent humour, isn't it?
I think
humour of the awakening.
A 13, 14-year-old would be sat next to his parent watching this and go, might borrow Mum's DVD.
So I'll watch this tomorrow when everyone's out.
Oh, you've been doing my aerobics again, Johnny? Yes, Mum.
I remember getting home from school once, and I think I might have surprised my dad because I came in and I shut the door and take my shoes off, and I could just hear and my dad was watching porn in the living room.
Oh my God!
Yeah. Then I could just hear him fumbling around trying to obviously turn to get the videotape out of the video player and just fucking up completely. It's fucking amazing. And I was just like, went to open the door and went, I know what's going on here. I'll just wait a moment and go in. Oh, Dad.
My first girlfriend when I was 17, she had 2 sisters. It was 3 girls.
Don't say the dad. Call it dad jerking off.
No,
I don't know. You know what? I never known of anyone ever a story of that happening.
No, but this isn't that. But we all came back from somewhere, and we were taking the groceries out of his car, and in the back of his car there was a VHS blank videotape, and I just didn't think much of it. But the youngest daughter, who was about 11, she grabbed it and was like, "What's this?" And she ran in the house, and the dad didn't know. And we were all taking the bags inside, so I was helping her and her family.
Oh my God!
And she put it on. I said, whoa. I don't know why. I just said, don't put that on. That's not yours. You know, she was 10 or 11. She went, oh, it's fine. And she put it on. And I'm stood in the room with my girlfriend at the time, her big sister, her little 10-year-old sister, and the mum, while the dad's putting the groceries away in the kitchen. And they put the tape in. And, you know, tapes play from the point they're at.
Oh, my God.
As soon as it goes in, it's just got a lady, and there's about 5 penises around her, all shooting their load onto her. And Becky, I said the name now, the youngest, it doesn't matter, but the youngest the youngest sister screams, runs out of the room. I just remember thinking, please let the ground open up and swallow me now. This is terrible.
Did you say did the mum run in?
The mum was in there when it got pushed in and started playing. So
oh my God, you're in the same room.
We're all in the same room. All the women in the house and me, but the dad whose tape it was
still. So I love the fact that all this.
He was putting the groceries away.
I love the fact that then the dad comes and looks at everyone and says, "What?"
And
what?
The mum ejected it and went in the kitchen and started having a go at him, saying, "What's this? What's this? I've just been subjected to blah blah blah." And I remember hearing him think on his feet so quickly. He said, "Oh, what happened was, one of the lads said, I got a movie for you to watch, and gave me it. And I chucked it in the boot of the car. It's been in there for weeks. I didn't know what was on it." And they kind of believed him, but I thought, nah,
of course
you knew what was on that tape. There's a reason you're keeping it in the boot of the car.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dirty bugger.
I had a boss once who was just like, Gafford, I got my friend. Oh my God, why are you even saying this stuff? Got my buddy. got my buddy pick me up some porn in Amsterdam. A DVD. He comes back and says, "Got you some porn." I was like, "Oh, cool." And this is back before internet days, right? And I was like, "Okay, cool. Yeah, 50 quid." I was like, 50 quid? Like, what the fuck? And it was whatever. I ended up sending it to my boss for a laugh, and he says, he goes, "I've got £50 in my wallet right now, I'll borrow you." And I was like, "Fucking take it." I was like, 50 quid for porn? I'm buying 50 quid porn. So he gave it to me, but then he gave it back to me. He goes, "Can you keep hold of it? Because I can't hide it for my wife. So can you hide it for me?" So it just gave back to me. So pretty much gave me 50 quid. But porn and people who are just not very good at porn. At least you've got the internet nowadays, eh?
Well, this is just spiraled from Neil on this film watching a DVD of aerobics.
How have we even got there?
Norman's sister is looking for him. So she rings on Neil's doorbell. And this is where she gets to meet Norman's brother, Mitch, voiced by Casey Affleck, Ben Affleck's little brother. And he's a big buff guy who likes working out. Turns out this guy, spoiler alert, is a gay character. It's not often you get back then, I guess, as well, an openly gay character.
Wasn't he the first gay character
in an animated film?
Movie?
I believe so, yeah.
So, yes.
Because there's a joke later on at the end where because she's drooling all over him all the way through the film because he's a big buff guy. And at the end, she says something about going on a date, or she says, like, we should watch this film together. And he's like, "Oh, yeah, we could watch that with my boyfriend. He loves musicals." And she's like, "Damn it." Yeah. It's just a really funny throwaway line. And again, a really good lesson for kids because
indeed,
gay people exist, you know. Yeah. So let's start seeing them in more media.
Well, maybe, like I say, this movie sort of showing all these things, everything should be accepted, even being able to see dead people. Accept them.
Watching aerobics DVDs.
Accept them.
Just accept it.
Accept it. That'd be the T-shirt slogan.
Accept it. It sounds rude, though.
Accept it. Capital letters.
Oh, God. Jesus Christ. So, let's
not a
carry
nightclub
on.
I'm going into.
I'm Alvin and Norman, they go back to Prendergast's house to try and find the real book. But we get a scene from Thriller now because these zombies start breaking in through all the walls and all the doors. So they hide. There's a great scene where Norman hides under the bed and that zombie's ear drops off. It's quite funny. It's some scenes that feel a bit Peter Jackson brain dead. I suppose we've got the Frightener stuff going on with it as well. So there's a lot of funny stuff going on in this. Alvin can't take it. He screams and he runs off. They all escape. And it turns out they've been reading the book in the wrong place.
Location. Not
Location.
place and book. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you for making that clear.
You dickhead.
So Neil, Mitch, and Courtney, the sister, go off and drive. And they see that there's some weird sky happening. It's a bit Ghostbusters now. The clouds are swirling and there's sort of a witch's face appearing in the sky. And there's a zombie on the roof of their car, the roof of the van. Good little scene, this. I love the windscreen wiper. And it's just sort of rubbing his nose like. They break and he goes flying off. Then we get the stupid cop.
Yeah, the cop coming along, and it's just like quite incredible. This lady police. I was about to say lady policewoman, but that makes sense anyway. Doesn't it?
She's a female policewoman, Gavin.
She's a lady female policewoman. Riding on a motorbike, and she just barges a van. She just hits it to the side and barges a van. It's like, that's quite impressive of you on your little scooter.
Yeah, she sees them speeding and pulls them over. They're in a big van. She's on a motorbike, but she manages to knock them off the road a little bit and get them to pull over.
Yeah.
Very strange. While they're driving along, Norman manages to call this friend of his called Selma.
She's a bit of a witch nerd, isn't she? Really?
Yeah, she is a witch nerd.
That'd be a good movie.
The witch nerd. He calls her for help and he explains, what's going on. And she says, "Oh, it's okay. The town hall is where you need to head because that will basically state, somewhere in there there'll be a record of where the witch was buried. So that's all you got to do. Go there and find that." So that's where they head. But little do they know that the zombies have started arriving in town. And we get a bit of a chaotic scene now. One of these scenes you'd see in a movie like Eight-Legged Freaks or Gremlins. Yeah, okay.
So that's same
because we just get loads of shots of people running, zombies just walking through walls.
Dude getting stuff out of a vending machine, and the zombies are coming. He's looking at the vending machine. The snacks come in, but the zombies are coming. The snacks come in, but the zombies are coming. No, he runs off and he runs back, grabs his snacks, then runs off again.
It's such a funny scene because
you know what's happening. You know what's going to happen, but yeah.
We've all bought a chocolate bar, and it takes ages for that thing to go around for the chocolate bar to drop. And he's like, "I really want this, but there's zombies coming in."
Everybody, I bet you all have this. You put your money in the vending machine, and you're like, for me, I'm a self-sabotaging person. I can ruin everything for myself. If I'm playing Mario Kart, I won't go towards a banana skin. Then the last second, I don't know why, I just aim towards the banana skin to sabotage myself. I don't know why. It's really weird. My brain's weird on that. I'll put money in the vending machine, and the anxiety starts to go as soon as the coil starts to twist clockwise. The anxiety starts to get really bad in me. I'm like, it's going to get stuck. It's going to get stuck. It's going to get stuck. And it comes out, I can breathe again. I'm like totally claustrophobic to it every time I hit a vending machine. Even though I can just tip a vending machine fairly well and get it out. I get the anxiety every time. Do you have this? Or was it just me?
Not so much.
Every time.
But I do have a cool vending machine story from when at my school we had a chocolate bar vending machine. It had crisps and chocolate bars in it at my secondary
Straight
school.
away, I'm going, arm stuck in it.
No, but
that's classic.
There was about a dozen of us that found out, just the boys, a few of us that found out. Say what you wanted was A1, yeah? Because it was all combinations of letters and numbers. Yeah. You press A, and then if you press the second thing of the corresponding code with the coin eject key at the same time, your money comes out and your chocolate bar.
See, this is what you did as a kid. You had nothing else to do, so you would just press all the buttons. Then eventually, the kid that figured that out was just like,
I don't know who figured it out.
God, I am.
But there was
like He-Man.
Well, there was about 10 of us that knew about it, but I tell you what, that vending machine was empty by about midday every day. They must have thought, God, these kids are going through so much chocolate. Then they realised there was no money in there. So they suddenly got a new vending machine that didn't have this fault on it. But
so
that
who
was
paid
great.
for all that confectionery and never got paid for? I guess it was. I guess the vending company,
the school,
probably,
maybe,
no,
or
the
the
vending
vending-
company. They'd probably said, "Look, your vending machines don't work." So they'd have been like, "What the fuck do you mean it don't work?" And they're right. They didn't work.
Dude, I had Dairy Milks galore in my Dairy Milks, Whispers, Twixes. They were all in my bag. It was great. And I was selling them as well. I was like, this is great. I can sell it. Do you want to buy this? I'd sell it for 10, 20p because I got it for free.
I've told you before about that story where we found out that one case of dime bars in one newsagent's every bar had 2 free cinema tickets in each chocolate wrap bar.
Jesus Christ.
It was a promotion thing going on, and we figured out this one box every chocolate bar. So we just went in there and got all of them, and we were going to it is when I can't remember what it was. But we were going watching the same movie, like a group of 15 of us, like 3 times over, because there's nothing else to watch that week because we were bored. Because we had all these free tickets. Weird, man.
What was the weird thing you said? You were watching a film and someone was giving out free samples of something really strange. Peas or...
Rice. Microwave rice. Uncle Ben's microwave rice.
Fucking hell.
So I said to her, so you got to hand all this out? They're like, yeah. I was a bit stoned. I was like, are you going to hand all this out? They're like, yeah. And I was like, right, and go. And I was like, so have you got to stand it all night until you hand it out? And they're like, yeah, just got to get rid of it. And I was like, so I could theoretically take it all and you could go home and you're done. And
the whole
like,
box.
And they're like, yeah, we could do that actually. And I was like, all right. So they gave me a box of rice.
What film did you see?
Don't know, but a box of rice and me.
What film were you watching, though?
I don't know. It's probably like, Men in Black or some shit like that.
So you've come over and, I was Men in Black, Gav. Yeah, it was great. And
No, but I've got a fucking shitload of microwave Uncle Ben's.
Got a month's worth of food here for us.
Yeah, Uncle Ben's.
Ah, boy. Well, that was a great tangent.
Everyone's a winner. The company got rid of their samples. Those 2 people were happy. They got to go home early, and I got loads of samples.
Well, that was all because of a man trying to get a chocolate bar out of a vending machine while the zombies approached. Now, while that's happening, the van that they're all in does have a particularly nasty crash, flips about 25 times down a hill. Somehow they all survive it. It is a cartoon or a stop motion. That's how they survive it. That's fine. And the zombies start approaching the town. Now, they're really ripping through the town. We get lots of adverts for, Satan's record store and things on the TV. And the zombies are quite offended by a lot of what they see at this point because times have changed since they died. And there's like semi-naked girls on posters, and TV's got like sex and violence on it, and they've got like the witchy wieners, the hanging, whatever it is. And they're actually a bit shocked, aren't they, these zombies, by modern life and the adverts that are around them. Mm. They're not very, it's not what they thought. These are guys that just used to like hanging witches from trees. Townspeople turn up.
It's like a militia.
Kill them in the head!
It's the Silver Bullet crew, isn't it? Come on, let's get together and go out there and get them.
They're essentially your sort of Frankenstein's mob, pitchforks.
The classic village mob.
But they've all got guns as well. And we do have a big fight now. And they do just take on these zombies quite well, the town. The kids manage to arrive at the town hall. And they break in and they go to the Hall of Records. And this is where they hope to find out exactly where the witch was buried so they can read the book from that spot. However, it's just about 1 million books in a room. There is no possible way that they're going to do this.
No.
Although poor Neil's so enthusiastic, he picks up the first book. A is for whatever, aardvarks. And he starts reading through that, hoping that is going to be...
Bless him.
He's really trying. It's not going to help, but he tries.
It's the sort of thing Elijah would do. My 6-year-old kid, sort of thing he'd just pick up any book and start reading. You'd be like, "Oh, you're so sweet, thank you." Yeah.
Oh, bless. whilst that's going on outside, the fight continues on, and the cop turns up, and so do Norman's parents. And there's pitchforks and there's torches, and the zombies manage to escape. This is funny that in this film, the zombies are the ones that are kind of trying to get away from the townspeople rather than the other way around. Yeah. So they manage to escape the zombies, and they go around the back and they get in through the back of the town hall, and the townspeople start following them in. Let's rip them apart. They're really mean to these zombie guys. You end up starting to feel a bit sorry for the zombie
it
dead.
Flips. Yeah.
Norman and his sister argue a little bit. He says, "Look, just go away. None of you understand this. This is me that's got to deal with this. None of you else. Just go. All of you go." They do try and leave, but we get a real flip now where, you got your Dawn of the Dead or Day of the Dead start, where the zombie arms are all reaching through the walls, but it's actually the townspeople all reaching through the walls and the windows, grabbing at the kids, hoping to grab the zombies. Yeah. So it's a real flip now. They've done a great job flipping that around.
Yeah.
Eventually, they set the town hall on fire. These people.
It's very Frankenstein, really, isn't it?
Yeah. And most people manage to escape. The witch's face arrives back in the cloud again, so it's all very supernatural. And Norman climbs to the tower, the roof tower of the town hall, and he's climbing all the way up, and then he gets zapped by a witch's lightning spell, whatever you want to call it. It zaps him and he falls, and as he falls he has another vision where he's in the past.
He goes into like witch court, really, doesn't he?
Yeah, and he finds out the true story now, which is that she was a little girl. She wasn't an old hag, she was a little girl, and they executed her. They burnt her, they hung her, they did what they did, and then they buried her. And it was just because she was a little girl, just like him, who was a bit different, who could see dead people. And he completely understands her point of view now. And although she probably shouldn't have raised the dead and caused all this chaos, he understands, what it's like to feel different and be persecuted. So again, a great message behind this, really, all the way through.
Yeah.
He wakes up in the library. The zombies are there, and he tells them all off. He says to them, "You horrible people, she was just a little girl, just like me. You killed her." And they all look a bit like, "Yeah, we're dicks. Sorry about that." And they say to him, "You've got to stop the curse." They admit they were wrong. So he needs to go and talk to the witch. He does protect the zombies from the rest of the town. They don't listen to him at all. So his gang step in. Well, a gang step in. And they explain that the zombies don't want to hurt anybody at all. They're just there because they've been forced into it. They're cursed. They're under a spell. And we're coming to the end now. So it does, and I guess this is why, and I know you said this time around, your viewing of it, you felt it wasn't as good for you this time around.
Yeah.
And I think that's because of this bit we're going over now does feel like it could have nipped about 5 minutes off of this, maybe even 10.
Yeah.
Just tightened it up a little bit, because it does go backwards and forwards quite a lot.
Well, I've been enjoying talking to you about this film and going through the film back and forth with you, and it's funny, it telegraphed poles like kind of the comical bits which, when we say it back and we bring it like a new fresh humour, we sort of put our little spin on it a little bit. Do you know what I mean? So it's quite nice when we talk about it. But while watching the film, I did find it just didn't find it as fun, especially as Monster House sort of thing. And I just didn't enjoy it as much as I did the first time. The first time I was like, oh wow, I liked all the Halloween ringtone references, the Grindhouse movie starting off with, etc., etc. But I've enjoyed it again now talking to you about it. So I think if I went back to it again, I might enjoy it more. But for some reason didn't so much. I don't know for length of time. I'm not really sure. But sorry, carry on.
No, that's cool, man. I mean, to cut a long story short, eventually Norman persuades his dad that he needs to drive him into the woods. And
I love the fact that in the back got the zombie in the back and the brother and sister on the side, and the dad being like, "All of you, be quiet!" and like this is my general drive.
With a zombie just sat in between them. Like,
oh, you just shut up! For God's sake, stop arguing with each other.
The zombie's leaning on me. Why is the zombie not having to lean on you?
The normal battle is. I was in the front earlier on. I was in the back, and it's always who should be in the front, and it always gets me going like, if in a minute you're both going to be in the back, and I'll drive along with no one in the front. It's just, you're going to have this.
I am going to have this. Little shits.
Yeah, little shits.
So we get this kind of bit now where Norman goes into the woods and then goes into his trancey, visiony bit, and he talks to Aggie the witch. And she tries to fight him by sort of firing spikes at the ground, but he's relentless and he continues to pursue her because he wants to talk to her and, tell her that he understands. She appears in like a spirit form to him and says, "Leave me alone," and he says no. And he says, "Let me tell you a story. We're the same." And this is the bit I've just talked about where he talks about how similar they are, and no one understands him. The ground opens up and he realizes she's just in a huge amount of pain. And he says, "The problem is, Agatha, you were bullied so much and now you're the bully. You've turned into the thing that they were. Do you want to be a bully? Because you know how hard it is to be bullied." And she realizes she needs to stop all of this zombie nonsense and retract her curse. He says to her, "Remember that there are good people." She becomes human for a little moment and they have a little bit more of a heart to heart. And then she goes to this tree and she's at peace and she's under the tree and that's where she's buried, and she vanishes. And finally she can rest because she's realized you can't hold a grudge forever. People are dicks, but the people that aren't dicks are the ones that can forgive and move on. And that's exactly what Norman's helped her do. It's a beautiful message. It's really lovely. Norman comes back to reality. Whoop, there goes gravity. Whoop, there goes rabbity. Whoop. Sorry, I had to do some Eminem there.
No.
Mom spaghetti.
No.
All the zombies vanish. Norman's the hero. Neil and Norman are best friends. And on the TV, they cover it up by saying a mystery tornado that hit the town and caused chaos and destruction everywhere. The usual thing when they cover that up. And then we get that beautiful scene, which you touched on earlier, where they're all sat watching television. And Dad kind of has to believe in this now. So he says to Norman, they leave a space on the sofa, and he says to Norman, is my mum here? And Norman's like, "Yeah, Grandma's here." And she's just sat on the sofa, but they can't see her or any Norman. And like you said, it's a great message for kids that just because someone's gone doesn't mean they've gone. They could still be here, not in a spooky way, just in a
the dad
nice
who
way.
Wouldn't accept you might actually accept you.
Yep. Some great messages all the way through this about bullying, acceptance, grief. And I think that's why this actually is gone slightly above Monster House for me. And I love Monster House, I really do. But actually, this is about my third time of watching this, and I thought, God, there's a lot more to this than I first thought. I thought this was just a very clever, referential.
There's definitely a lot of layers in it. For something so deep, I'm surprised they did stop motion and not just gone your classic Wallace and Gromit Were-Rabbit storyline or something, which is a very good. That's something we should say. Curse the Were-Rabbit, very, very good.
Yeah, that's another good one, actually, definitely.
Do you know what I mean? It's a lot deeper. It's strange. I don't know why they just didn't hit it with the animation and
Well, yeah, just CG it.
Yeah,
but they chose
motion.
to put in probably
Motion
about 2 years worth of blood, sweat, and tears to create this. Which I've got to be honest with you. The first time I saw this, I didn't even know it was stop motion. It was only on my second viewing I realised that. And again, watching it again for this review, I thought, Christ, that looks phenomenal, that stop motion. It's just so smooth. Compared to like Ray Harryhausen or even Wallace and Gromit.
Practice it must take just to get it to say what they're saying. The mouse in the right sort of way, just so hard.
Yeah, and this isn't even just your average film. It's a film that's got zombies and witches and clouds and lightning and fire and trucks and cars and aerobics.
And aerobic videos.
Great film.
Yeah. You get a thumbs up?
I give it a thumbs up. I can't recommend it enough, really.
I do give it a thumbs up, and I probably will. I think after our chat like that, we'll watch it again and really look at these themes more. Sometimes I don't notice these themes as much when I watch it, but when discussing with you, they open up. So it's quite interesting, actually. It came off quite more interesting than I thought it possibly would as a discussion on the movie, because I wasn't as excited this time around. But yeah, that's cool.
I think you're right. My final thing is I think you're right. I think this one is more. A child could watch this. They won't necessarily get it. They're not going to get it. Yeah. But I think a 12, 13-year-old is going to be perfect.
I think so. And like I say, Jay studied it. So I don't know. If I can, maybe I'll grab her and them and record what they think and maybe just tag it on to the next episode. Yeah. Possibly. If I can. I should have done it for this one. I still might be able to. You never know.
You never know. Well, there we go. That's Paranorman. Fantastic. Enjoyed that. Oh, Gav, it's time to get into the old time machine. See it over there?
Why is it so rusty?
I left it out in the rain.
Didn't you put that special coating on it?
No, but Alice has suggested that I change the name of it to the Rusty Trombone.
Okay.
Fancy having a go on my rusty trombone?
Having a go, is that if I'm inside you? Oh, God. Inside your rusty trombone.
Rusty trombone?
Having a go, I don't want to blow on it or pump it. Right.
You ready? You ready for 2010?
Oh, God. Wow. Only 11 episodes away till well, no, not now, because we might be then in... Okay, we're 12 episodes away, possibly to the current time. Thinking out the episode numbers. Yeah, all right. 2010.
Enough talk. Get in here. Sit down. Let me do your little seatbelt.
I need a sit down. I need a little sit down.
All right, seatbelt.
Yeah.
There we go. Let me put this seatbelt over you. Oh, sorry. Caught your todger then.
Why do you have to keep clicking it so violently? Right.
Right, you ready?
Whoa! What's this machine? This is my time machine.
Your time machine?
Yeah. For the next 5 minutes, we are going to be the Time Team.
The Time Team! Whoa!
What's this? Look at that!
Look at that!
Oh, he's been dead 100 years. Look at that!
Look at that, the Statue of Liberty coming out of the sand.
Oh, there's a dinosaur!
Oh my God, look at that! It's something else.
Yeah.
Ooh. Well, that was interesting.
2010. 2010.
Are you going to show me your bits and bobs? What's going on?
I'm going to show you my bits and bobs. What did you call it? 2010 or 2010?
2010.
Yeah, I think I called it 2010 as well.
Sounds kind of cool.
2010 is more like what you would have said in, an old book like Jules Verne.
Yeah, 2010.
2010, 10. What happened in 2010?
The iPhone was developed.
iPhone 4.
Oh, I thought the first smartphone came around in 2010.
iPhone 4 came out this year.
Okay, I'm wrong. What happened?
Talking of Apple, three things happen around Apple and phones, actually. So it's good that you said that. So the iPhone 4, we also got the iPad.
A Generation 1?
Yeah, and that changed. There it is.
This is it. I have a Generation 1. It doesn't have a camera. They realised, we should probably put a camera on it. So it doesn't have a camera, and I can't...
Does it not?
It hasn't got a camera, and I can't download any new apps on it. So the Netflix on it still has the star rating.
Jesus Christ.
Yep. And Amazon Prime is Amazon Video.
Has it still got Love Film on it?
No. But Amazon Video, you go on there and it says new releases out, and it's none of the movies which are new. It was new when this came out.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that iPad changed touchscreen computing.
It's solid
to a whole new level.
It's solid as fuck. I can't download any new shit on it. It's solid as fuck though.
It's 11 years old.
Never let me down. It's fucking brilliant. Yeah.
And your iPhone 4.
I use it as like a mini TV when I'm cooking in the kitchen or whatever.
A lot of problems apparently with the iPhone 4 to do with the antenna design. I've never had an iPhone, so I don't know. And this year was the first year that actually Apple were worried because Android. This was the first year they started outselling Apple. So Android phones were really becoming bigger at this point. It's always been that backwards and forwards between Android and Apple, hasn't it? But
yeah, it's their own sort of. Apple's always had that sort of a little bit more expensive, but their own operating systems and their own design. And for me as a creative, I've been using Apple computers for 20 years. For me, they just run how you want. When you're being creative and you have to think quickly and want to just drop and drag and do things very quickly, they work very well like that. You know.
Yeah. There was the South African FIFA World Cup took place in South Africa this year.
Okay.
Spain were the winners. For anyone that's interested in soccer,
I would have watched it. I do watch the World Cups.
Yeah, I love the World Cups. Used to collect the stickers, as I'm sure you did.
Yeah.
And the only other thing worthy of note, really, and I say that very loosely, is actually there's two things, but one of them is that Justin Bieber became very famous. This was the year it really kicked off for him. He put a video up on YouTube in 2008 of him singing, and people started liking that and discovering that, and then he got signed. And 2010 was the year that he just went. Pew.
I don't think I've ever heard him.
I mean, he's a weird little kid.
It's pop. Is it pop music?
It's pop, and then he went sort of a bit R&B, and then he's done some stuff with like rappers. He did that song Despacito.
No.
Most downloaded song of all time, Gav.
Yeah, I haven't heard it.
Most watched video on YouTube ever, I think.
I've not seen it. But I don't.
If I took a swig for every time on an episode you said I haven't seen it, I'd be hammered.
Yeah. I don't search. I don't search for like kids singing shit. I don't give a fuck.
I'll send you some Justin Bieber videos.
You can send it. I'll watch it, but I don't go looking for it because I ain't gonna give a shit. I'm not gonna listen and go fucking hell. I'm now a fan. It's not gonna happen. I don't have time to be a new fan of shit.
The other thing that happened this year, before we look at films, was the Burj Khalifa opened. The Burj Khalifa.
What the fuck is that?
It's the world's tallest building in Dubai.
Oh, nice. How big is that?
Opened in January 2010. 163 floors.
163 floors. Is it quite big? Is in like width and length?
Are you talking about the building, or what do you want? What you're asking me?
The building, yeah. Not your building, the building.
Not my erection. The erection in Dubai.
Build of major erections.
It's 2,700 feet high.
Wow.
Fucking huge. Absolutely huge. Part of the building has a hotel, offices, a restaurant. It's just fucking huge. And very weird looking building as well. Very futuristic looking. So yeah.
And someone owns it.
Yeah, someone owns it. I mean, it's Dubai. There's a lot of money in Dubai, isn't there?
Yeah, there's lots of things to buy.
Hey!
I'm good like that.
Well done, mate.
Thank you.
Well done. Well, let's take a look at just general film before we move into horror, because we always fly back in time for the horror. What was kicking around? The A-Team film.
I've seen it once and kind of enjoyed it.
Yeah, I quite liked it as well. It had,
I need to watch it again.
Had, Liam Neeson in it as Hannibal. You got Bradley Cooper as Face. You got what's the guy from District 9?
Is that a fella?
Yeah, I can't remember his name now. And then you've got that cage fighter guy, B.A. Baracus. It's an all right film.
Yeah.
It's not too bad. What else did we get that year? We got another comic book movie similar to that called Losers. Don't know if you've seen that.
Quite enjoyed that movie. That was a very early Marvel film.
It's a really good, silly A-Team style comic book based on a graphic novel.
See, I remember when that came out. This is before the whole Marvel thing was really going on, and I remember that coming out and it had the Marvel logo. I was like, "Oh, cool! It's a Marvel movie, cool!" Because there wasn't loads of fucking Marvel movies at the time. I was quite like, "Oh, I remember."
Well, we were a couple of years into Marvel because Iron Man 2 was out this year and the Hulk. So there was a couple, but not many. Yeah, not many. We had another. Talking of the A-Team, there was another 80s comeback, Will Smith's son, Jaden Smith, starred in The Karate Kid with Jackie Chan.
I've not seen it.
Yeah. Predators.
Good movie.
Very good movie. I really like that one.
I really enjoy it. Some people diss it. I quite enjoy it. I love the fact that you just got all these different assassins or killers banded together in the woods. I think that's pretty cool. I think when Lawrence Fishburne turns up, it's a bit like, oh, I don't know about this so much. But I like the whole... I think it should have just stuck with those dudes. But that is very similar to the original.
I also liked the one after it as well. Just Predator. Or The Predator, whatever it was called.
Well,
Predator?
The recent one that came out.
Yeah.
That was awful.
Oh, I really liked it.
It's awful.
Oh, okay. I liked it. That was good.
That's a terrible movie. What's going on with you? We're having disagreements with movies recently.
Hot Tub Time Machine. That was
I've not seen it, but it seems like something I would probably would enjoy it. But forever, it's always part 2s on Netflix, never the original.
Yeah, the second one's shit.
And I'm not going to just go and watch the second one.
Nicolas Cage was in The Sorcerer's Apprentice. Terrible film.
Don't know.
How to Train Your Dragon, Shrek 4. These are the sort of things that were out at this time.
I like How to Train Your Dragon.
That Catfish movie, the thing that sort of started it all, came out.
Yeah.
That's really good, that one. Ryan Reynolds was Buried.
Good film.
Very good film.
I've only seen it once, but pretty decent.
In fact, what I'll do is I'll run down some of the top films this year.
That's thriller, verging on horror, really, isn't it?
Yeah. It is kind of horror in a way.
That means that year, Fright Fest was going to play Serbian film, and at the last second, BBFC said, if you play that film, we will be very unhappy. And the director and producer flew into London, and at the last second, Fright Fest said, no, we're not going to cut it. So they said, no, we're not going to play it out of respect for your film. And the director said, fine. So they played Buried instead.
Hmm.
Which was
interesting.
Yeah, they had to pull something out the bag, and Buried was it. It took its place from Serbian film, so quite a different movie.
Well, last couple of 2010 mainstream films, Sherlock Holmes, with Robert Downey Jr.
There's a new one coming out with Dexter Fletcher's direction.
I like Dexter Fletcher.
Mm.
He did the
Eddie the Eagle movie.
He did that other film as well. He took over the reins.
Have you seen the Eddie the Eagle movie?
Yeah, I thought it was going to be really. I thought it was going to be like the Full Monty, really shit British film, but no, actually
decent film. Yeah.
Jackass 3D dropped this year as well.
Yep, they're making a new Jackass.
This was the year all our dreams came true, Gav, because the Expendables, the first Expendables film, came to the cinemas.
And I picked up number 2 recently, and I was just like, yeah, because I'm on that action kick. I was like, I want to watch, after watching that documentary, I was like, I want to watch something with all of them guys in.
Yeah, man.
And part 2 is just ridiculous. All of a sudden, it's like, why is Chuck Norris there acting really badly? His acting's awful. But why is he just there? How comes he's just turned up and just shot everybody? And this guy's Chuck Norris. It's so funny. They know what they're doing.
Brilliant. That whole scene with Arnie and Bruce in the little smart car.
When he says, I'll be right back. You always say, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. And it's just like they're acting like this is again Bruce Willis and Arnold's acting in that scene is just like, do you know how to act? Like what's going on here? It's really weird.
And then Arnie's like, you big guy, eh? It's like, oh god, he's switching each other's.
It was strange. I understand that. I know Arnie obviously was awful and he's gone back into it. So like at that point then he was literally just coming back to acting, and his acting's never been like, it's not fucking, it's not William Dafoe or something, or it's Arnie. But Bruce at times could act. You could get a bit of an emotion out of him, Sixth Sense and stuff like that. But then watch the movies now. He's done one recently. Came out of he did that car advert recently, the Die Hard car advert. That was amazing. He's gone and made a movie with that director of that thing, and it looks so bad. It's with Thomas Jane. It looks so bad. And it's like, why are you doing these films? Do you owe money? Do you owe maintenance to children's back payments? What's going on? Why do you do this? Is it a favour? If it's a favour, I assume it was because he had fun making the advert. But it's just like, what are you doing?
I've recorded Death Wish that was on the other night, the Bruce Willis one, and I'm going to watch that again soon because I enjoyed that.
I did enjoy it. Again, Bruce Willis is acting. His wife's killed, and he's just like, oh, okay, that's it.
I mean,
seriously?
Are you saying that Charles Bronson is a better actor than Bruce Willis?
Not at all. I'm saying Bruce Willis is being a bad actor, and there's nothing to do with Charles Bronson. Nothing to do with the movie. I'm talking about the scene.
How would Bruce Willis react if he accidentally bought himself some quiche in a cafe?
Oh. Quiche. I thought it was pie.
Oh, God. Toy Story 3, Gav. That was the highest
up, isn't it? What?
Toy Story 3 was the highest grossing film of 2010.
Yeah, I'm a fan of the Toy Story movies.
The shit heap that was Alice in Wonderland came out this year with Johnny Depp. Terrible film, in my opinion. And your buddy, your friend, Christopher Nolan, released Inception.
Great movie.
Absolutely fantastic.
With Elliot Page.
It was, indeed. And DiCaprio was in that. And DiCaprio was also in another film that came out this year called Shutter Island.
Which, I went to the cinema to watch Shutter Island, and I was walking along the seafront past a lighthouse in the pouring rain with a thunderstorm going, walking to the cinema. It was amazing. I touched the lighthouse as I walked past it, and I was just like, I knew the movie I was about to watch, and I was like, this is weird. I went and watched it, but I can't watch it again. I've only watched it once because I feel like if I watch it again, I've just kind of, I don't want to spoil it for anyone who hasn't seen it, but just because I know what's going on, I feel like I don't know if I can believe
it does work.
What happens? It does work on a second view, because I feel like I'm going to be start at the beginning going, well, I know what's happening, so I can't believe it. That's what I feel like.
I think I watched it for the third time about a year ago, and I think it works on repeat viewings. It's one of those. It's Scorsese kind of knows what he's doing, doesn't he? And DiCaprio's brilliant in it. It's just got a great cast, and we are going to be covering it, so you are going to need to watch it again because we are going to do a Scorsese episode.
It's going back very quickly on this fucking tangent, very quickly to the Expendables 2. Like, you expect, what is it? But like that movie just then, Shutter Island, the way it's very period with the clothing and stuff. Expendables 2, you get them in like a European village. Jason Statham and Sylvester Stallone with like flat caps and like green clothing.
Yeah.
Like, do you know what I mean? Real like
they got like berets and stuff on.
Yeah, and I tell you what, that didn't need to be in it, but that gave it a different level of class to it. Not class, a different level of. I think class, really.
I think the second one is brilliant. I think Van Damme is.
I like the second one.
Van Damme
the third
is one of the best things in it.
The first one's got a nice introduction, but I think the second one's the fun one.
The third one, the best thing about the third one is Mel Gibson as the baddie, and Antonio Banderas is that crazy guy.
And Bruce isn't in it because he wanted more money.
Yeah, so they replaced him with Harrison Ford.
Yeah, brilliant.
So good, it's so good. Well, moving away now. We're here for horror. We've spent all this money on this plutonium to get us back here. Let's talk what horror there was in 2010. There was quite a good year, actually. You ready for this?
Yeah.
Monsters.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of this. Quite low budget.
Really
a boy,
interesting.
a man and a girl travelling.
The fact that Gareth Evans.
Yeah.
The fact that in 3 steps he managed to get from this to like a Star Wars movie. It was like, how did you do that? And like from Godzilla to Star Wars, it's like, well, that's impressive. Like
very good.
And his, do you know what? Because I'm an aspiring filmmaker. I am a filmmaker. I'm an aspiring filmmaker to go bigger. So I watch interviews of these filmmakers and things, and any tips. And his tip was for filmmakers was don't do it. That's
I've heard him say that.
Don't do it because it's literally just take over his life. But I'm not doing shit like he's doing. I'm not, he's like, the fact that with Monsters, he was going around in a hotel making a little editing suite as he went, editing the film around the world and doing the effects himself. That's some fucking good shit, man, while he was a taxi driver or some shit.
It's amazing, really. We've got a few films that came out this year from directors that are really just starting off. Frozen came out this year.
Mm-hmm.
Incredible film. Definitely one for us to cover at some point.
Yeah.
3 people trapped on a ski lift.
Yeah.
It shouldn't work.
One of Adam Green's best, really.
I think he started so strong that for me, he's not really been able to I don't know.
Well, Hatchet was first
Yeah,
up. Then
obviously.
I think Spiral he did straight away afterwards. Co-directed.
Hatchet 2 came out this year. So he had a couple.
Yeah, fair enough. Busy.
Shyamalan dropped Devil.
He didn't direct
it. He produced it.
Yeah, and
But,
he wrote the story. But good
and we've
movie.
covered this.
Great movie. We did
Yeah,
we did an elevator special with the
Lady in a Cage.
Lady in a Cage, which is great. Really
Yeah,
good film.
real old
really
school.
Interesting to talk about that movie.
So that's a great film, Devil, about a group of people trapped in the lift. One of them is the devil.
How good is that?
And again, a high concept.
And
you know,
how
like Frozen.
do you do it?
We got Frozen. We got so hang on, I got another one coming up in a minute. So check this out. So you've got one movie about two people walking cross country through South America. We got one movie about three people trapped on a ski lift. Another movie about 5 or 6 people trapped in an elevator, and one of them is the devil. We got another movie about a tire going around killing people.
Oh, Rubber.
Have you seen it?
Yeah.
It's brilliant, I think.
Such a bizarre movie. It's very art.
Very strange. Very strange. So some great movies this year. Then we get to a couple of remakes, Gav. Oh, boy. Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yeah, terrible.
It is just terrible.
It is.
Let Me In, the remake of Let the Right One In, which you prefer, don't you? You prefer the American remake?
Yeah.
Nothing else to say on that?
No.
Okay. Another remake, The Crazies.
Good film.
Now, I prefer this to George Romero's original.
George Romero's a bit boring.
I found it very slow, but this one was a little bit tighter. The Wolfman.
Pretty decent.
I really like this movie. Anthony Hopkins, Benicio del Toro.
Rick Baker came back to effects, and it's unfortunate the way the producers treated Rick Baker.
Yeah.
Ultimately making him closer to retirement, which he is now.
Because, for our listeners who don't know that, he came on board to obviously work on the Wolfman film. Rick Baker would have seen...
Werewolf in London. Come on.
Yeah, and he would have seen, the original Wolfman. He would have been like, wow, this is a chance for me to, better what was done originally. Rick Baker's an incredible special effects artist. So he worked on that film, and then the producers wanted just CG in the end. And they took some of what he'd done, and then the rest of it was just CG. What's the point?
Really, it's like, what? Do you not understand what you got here? And they don't. It would be fucking young kids trying something to prove.
Yeah, it's really weird that they did that. Another remake, I Spit on Your Grave.
It's all about money, man. All about money and power. That's why they did it.
It is. I Spit on Your Grave, the remake. Another one.
The world would be such a different place if there was no such thing as money. It really would. It might be nicer people in the world.
Yeah, it'd be an interesting place. I'm not going to say I Spit on Your Grave again. I'm going to skip over that. John Carpenter came back with his last film to date, The Ward.
Amber Turd.
I remember nothing of it.
No, I don't remember anything of it at all. That's generally movies, but yeah, specifically this.
I'm going to have to watch it again at some point.
Called Amber Turd. Likes the turd in the bed.
Amber Turd. I was happy this year, Gav, because I managed to get to watch Mega Shark versus Crocosaurus this year.
Amazing.
Just that title alone. We also got a fantastic found footage film, Troll Hunter. Great film.
Yep, good film.
So we're a good year so far.
Yeah, there's a lot of choices. There's some all right movies. Some bad.
What if I said to you, Paranormal Activity 2?
Yeah, I like the movies. I like the series.
What if I said to you, Tucker and Dale versus Evil?
Good film. If you've not seen that, you should watch it.
Insidious?
Yeah, it's alright.
Some great films.
Well, a lot of choice in the cinema, that's for sure. And it's nice to be able to go to cinema to watch horror at least once a month. Do you know what I mean?
I think the only other one worth mentioning is probably Stakeland, which I thought was okay.
Yeah,
some people really like that.
I haven't seen the second one, but yeah.
Yeah. So we have got a big choice here, and it's quite a good year, and probably bodes well for where we're at now. That there was a couple of decent ones in there because we've got new directors coming on the scene, haven't we? With Adam Green, and Shyamalan's back, although he produced and wrote Devil.
He does come back. That helped him actually get his name still in there, and it helped it was a decent film.
So for me, if I'm going to grab a handful of films to take back to the future with me, I'm probably going to grab Devil, Frozen, I would say. And I'd probably grab Tucker and Dale, because that's always a good one to throw on as well.
Yes, you got quite a few choices. Yeah, I'll go with those. That's cool. All right, so should we get back to the future?
Back to the future? Yeah. All right, Marty McFly, let's get back to the future. You ready?
Yep.
Oh, don't press that one.
What's that then?
We'll be back tomorrow night. If anything happens, call the police and hide in your closet.
He knows that.
Have fun tonight.
Okay.
Every neighborhood has a house with a secret.
Awesome kite.
There's something going on at that house.
This is why nobody will sit next to us at lunch.
You'll see. No ghosts. Chatter, come back, please. Chatter, I'm serious.
From executive producers Robert Zemeckis and Steven Spielberg.
Oh no.
When no one will listen.
Don't go any further.
Are you guys mentally challenged? If you are, I'm certified to teach you baseball.
When no one believes.
The house grabs things and pulls them in and eats them.
We'll see you later.
It's up to them to save the neighborhood.
We have to fight back.
Whoa, 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 whoa!
I don't want to go inside a monster.
I say it's worth a shot.
Yes, I agree. Let's do it.
Get ready to cross over
What are you weirdos up to?
Oh, nothing.
to the other side of the street.
Just something in the house just tried to eat us.
No more Mountain Dew.
Don't make a sound.
If those are the teeth and that's the tongue, then that must be the uvula.
Oh, so it's a girl house.
What?
Don't make a move.
Freeze! Tree?
And whatever you do, don't go on the lawn.
Don't look back! I look back!
Monster House.
Stupid house.
Directed by Gil Kennan.
Monster House 2006. It's a PG movie for little kiddie winks, like me and Dan. Three teens discover that their neighbour's house is really a living, breathing, scary monster. Now, I told you this before, Dan, the writer of this was stoned, came out of his house, dropped his keys off something, turned around, looked at his house, went, my house looks like a monster. And then wrote the story.
And it's brilliant because houses do sometimes have like a bit of a face to them. The Amityville house. Yeah. Why are we the same person?
I don't know.
But yeah, they do. And, kids, I wanted to ask you about this. Because I think a lot of kids in their neighborhood, there's always one house that's a spooky house. So every kid's got that house or that.
There's my parents right at the top. This house is weird, man. It's huge. It's proper big, and it's got a proper basement. You can see its back door. It's a sort of place a murder mystery would be. It's got its back door, which is at the side. Then it goes up like another 4 stories, and it's so big. And then some floors, the windows are just all broken, but then the other floors are okay. And it's like, what's going on? And every on Halloween, my kids are like, oh, we're gonna have to go there. Even the other day, they went, oh, the house looks so scary. Next time you're in my parents' street, I'll show you the house, and you'll be like, yeah, amazing. That's the fucking monster house.
In my neighborhood, where my dad still lives, the next road along, there was what used to be a shop, but it's now a house, or it has been probably for about 40 or 50 years. And you know it used to be a shop because it's got the great big shop windows where it would have had all the sweets or whatever was displayed in the window.
Yeah.
But there's net curtains, and then there's probably about 100 different cactus, little tiny cactus, all the way along the windows.
Cacti.
Or cacti. And behind those are just net curtains, and they're covered in dust. You never see anybody go in. You never see anybody come out. And I used to walk past that every day with my mum and be on the way home from school and say, well, who lives there? We never see anybody go in. And everyone in the neighbourhood would talk about that. No one's ever seen anyone go in or out of it. There was one time...
Is it a front?
There was one time where a few of us were walking past it, and we all put our faces right up to the windows, and we were really straining to see if we could see anything. And suddenly we realised that there was a person stood right by the glass on the side looking back at us, because they moved ever so slightly. So all of those years that we've been looking in there, there's been a person stood on the other side of the net curtain looking out. Terrifying.
But yeah, everyone has one. Everyone has a monster house in their neighbourhood.
So this plays well into that.
Absolutely do. And I love the fact that they've set this film in 1982, and it has that vibe to it. It really does. Like, it's your typical babysitter. It comes into the babysitter realm.
Eliminates mobile phones, eliminates internet, all of that business. We are down to bare minimum. I've got a BMX, I've got a skateboard, I've got a landline. That's pretty much all we've got.
And also, this film is basically Rear Window and Fright Night.
Yep.
I love the fact that we've got this kid who's just looking over the road, and he's just got a telescope just staring at the road. Then his mate comes along, and they're both like, that's the monster house, that's the monster house. Then the babysitter comes along, and the parents go away for the weekend. It's the classic horror movie that you wanted to watch. If this would be an actual movie, I'd fucking really like it, you know.
What was that Shia LaBeouf one where he had the thing on his ankle and he couldn't...
Yeah, Disturbia.
That was good as well, I thought.
It's not too bad. It's okay.
But yeah, so that's the premise for this, really. You know, it's definitely, because we did touch on this when we covered our babysitter films. We said this definitely would fall into that realm.
Yeah.
Babysitters. I don't think there's anybody that really particularly doing the voices in this that you would really stand out. I was going to say Jason Lee, and of course Steve Buscemi plays Nebuchadnezzar. But we do get Napoleon Dynamite turn up as well.
Yeah, that's true.
As the pizza guy.
And I love Jason Lee because he was a professional skateboarder for blind. The piss take company taking the piss out of the skateboard company Vision. Little bit of trivia for you.
He's also Earl in My Name is Earl.
And he can do a good 360 flip.
Brilliant. Well, he's in this as well. But 83.
I love the beginning of this. Like the colour scheme of the autumn leaves. Again,
well, let's also
Halloween
quickly,
thing.
If I may just quickly mention as well, there's another movie that I feel that this feels a lot like, and I mentioned this earlier, and that's The Goonies. And if not The Goonies, then there's at least a little bit of Spielbergness to this, and that is because Steven Spielberg was an executive producer, and his fingerprints are definitely on this.
It almost feels poltergeisty. And you got to think, like, it's almost like set in the same neighbourhood as the Poltergeist, and E.T.'s just a little bit further down as well.
It's exactly how I feel. You get the Amblin logo at the beginning, and we start off with, as you were going to say, we start off with that leaf falling, the colour,
autumn colours, and a little bit of a throwback nod here to The Shining. We've got this girl on the trike going along the pavement, and the camera work. Just the camera works a little bit more on here. It's just following her, like just coming down, following her. Say like a drone would follow something coming downwards, sort of, then goes down, then goes to the side of her and carries on going. Then she stops because her wheel gets stuck in the trike, but we don't. The camera carries on going to the point where the camera goes, oh, I'm just gonna go back, and it follows the leaf back almost, and it's just like, what a beautifully lovely way just to start this up. It's just shows you the style of this movie's going to be really put into this. Just pushed that a little bit further. The camera could have stopped with the trike when she did, boom, like that. That'd have been great. But I love the fact it does that, then comes back again.
And what I've realised actually is just talking about the leaf and the colour set palette and everything. It's both this and Paranorman both set on Halloween the day before and the day after Halloween, which is I not even put those two together.
No, I hadn't till just before we got into this. It's a good pairing you chose.
So it's good. So it does stick in the grass outside the house, but that, as we find out, is because anything to do with the house is alive.
Yeah, which is a funny one, isn't it?
Very cool. And we get to meet one of my favourite characters in this, who is Steve Buscemi's Nevercracker. Now that is a great name, isn't it? Nevercracker.
Yeah, but he's the angry girl off my lawn, dude, and he's not happy about this girl.
He literally
She's not even
says,
on his lawn though. She's on the
he
pavement.
literally says, "Get off my lawn." Literally.
Yeah, he is that angry.
But he's so angry, not only does he scare her off, he then picks up her trike and snaps it.
Yeah.
Wow.
But then, luckily, we see the neighbouring kid, who's our protagonist in this, our main star,
DJ,
is watching through a telescope, and it's a lovely introduction just to show then this kid. So now we're with him and we're observing what's going on with this angry guy. Why is he angry? And I love the fact he's basically got his sidekick like Norman has in Paranorman.
And this will come
his
up a lot.
Sidekick's amazing.
Well, this will come up now.
Just
this will come out now and again.
The humour, sorry, very, very, very quickly. The humour in this is, I feel, so much more better played out. Like, comic timing is fucking brilliant. Like the dad, the way he doesn't need to know. He doesn't. The mum's really over the top saying bye. He's like, don't worry. The dad's just like, I just want to get laid. Let's get the fuck out of here. The kid's fine. Come on, let's go. It's just.
It's much broader humour in this.
Yeah.
And at times it feels a little bit like The Babysitter, which we covered recently, but also, and I'll mention this now, there are times where this feels a little bit like this kid could be a young Tom Hanks' character in The Burbs as well. He's, so we've already name checked about 6 or 7 films that we like.
This could be the kid's version of The Burbs.
Yeah, exactly.
With his sidekick, mate.
It's brilliant. He says, another tricycle. So they've been keeping a tally of, this house and Nevercracker. His voice is breaking, like we mentioned.
I love that. He goes outside and he says something. He's like, hey, you. So she's like, what is that? And then his dad says, oh, it's all right, it's puberty. And he's like, oh, God. It's just all embarrassing for this kid. And he's like, he's that age where his voice is going to break and all that stuff.
You know who does the voice of the mum, don't you?
No, who?
Catherine O'Hara. Kevin McAllister's mother from Home Alone.
Oh, right. Okay. So I didn't look up any of the characters who plays them, actually. No, I should have done. I just didn't. Okay.
Kevin McAllister's dad famously was in Cat People, looking after the Black Panther lady. And now his mum shows up as the voice in this as well. So, indeed. Home Alone. Tick, tick, tick. His parents are leaving for the weekend for a dentist's conference.
I love the big toothbrush they bring back, but we get back to that. And I love the fact that Chowder, his mate Chowder, just in this costume, is just this fucking dickhead. It's the kid. The dad just knows his kid. Basically, if he's in The Burbs, he would be a meatball.
Yeah, he shows up with his mask.
He gets run over by the car with dad reversing into him, has to slam the brakes on and he hits him, and it's the slapstick. I love slapstick humour, so him getting hit in the face just gently by the car makes me laugh.
He is a character that we've seen before in one of the Friday the 13th movies, the one who makes the masks. Not Tommy. There's another one where he makes... maybe he's the older version of him, actually. There's been a couple of horror movies in the 80s, where there's been a kid that makes masks and stuff. And he's just like that. He always has a mask.
Well, Friday the 13th, part 4.
But this kid also, Chowder, also loves to wear a fucking cape.
Yeah. Chowder's funny.
Why?
Chowder and DJ. And just like... yeah, the mum's just so fussy, isn't it? It's so funny. I love the fact that they start playing basketball, and Chowder's just like, yeah, trying to play the basketball, be a bit of a player, and he's just not. He's just like, he's just shit.
It says that it comes up one day from Halloween, so we find that out. But yes, the basketball, boom, boom, across the street, boom, boom, lands on Nevercracker's lawn.
And that's the worst place. And he's just like, oh, I can't. And the kid's just like, DJ's just like, just leave it. He goes, I can't. It cost me like $28. Like, I can't leave it.
He said, I mowed 28 lawns to do that. It took me 4 weekends to mow all of those lawns. And he's like worked his ass off to get this basketball.
I didn't think that at all. I thought he said, do you know when I had to ask my mum 28 times for $1. Do you know how hard work that was?
Oh, I thought it's because he was mowing the lawn each time he asked.
He had to ask his mum for $1 28 times. And he said, do you know how much hard work that was? And I was like, that's fucking hilarious. So that's where that comes from. It wasn't mowing any lawns.
Well, DJ says, look, I'll go and get your basketball for Christ's sake. So he walks over, and Chowder's thinking, oh, you are a fool. What are you doing here? Of course, Nevercracker comes out, and he chases him. He grabs him and starts sort of really screaming at DJ. And then, and this is the second time this has happened in this episode, because somebody who died early in Paranorman, and right now, we got a man dying of a heart attack because he's put too much strain on his heart. Nevercracker dies.
Well, he has a cardiac arrest.
We think he's dead.
The audience thinks he's dead.
Just like the Burbs, when Walter vanishes, and we think that's the end of it, and he turns up again later on.
It's a bit like the Burbs, isn't it?
It is. It is.
I tell you, this film though, it's where it's sort of a bit better than Paranorman for me is like the humour, like the suspense which is in there. There's like this suspense thing going on. What's going on in this house? Then we got like the different camera angles and things are really creative and really, like you say, the Spielberg sort of touch to it almost. And even the score, the music score is incredible in this.
There's a real Sam Raimi-ness too, because Sam Raimi is incredible at...
It's quite tongue-in-cheek, but in a professional way.
Sam Raimi is very good at making inanimate objects scary, like in the Evil Dead movies where a clock or a moose's head on the wall or whatever it might be, a chair. He can do something with the camera angles and sound effects, and there's a lot of that in this, because this is essentially a house, but you'll get like a shot of like a door slamming or a window opening or a crack appearing in the glass or a tree blowing, and the way that it's shot with a very quick whip pan or something like that, it will just there's a real Sam Raimi-ness to this, but also a Spielberginess, and those are all huge compliments for this film, definitely.
When what's it called,
Nevercracker,
when he starts to die, there's always sounds of cracking of bones or teeth. Yeah, and I was on the projector surround sound. I watched this with Elijah and Daisy was absolutely disgusted by the sound. Obviously, we got it in loud surround sound, and she was just we're like, oh, that's disgusting. And that's the sound doing that. And I was like, that's great. That's what you want. We get our first hint now that there's that of his attachment to the house, because the paramedics arrive.
And so these poor kids have witnessed that this guy die, and he does come back later, but he dies, and then they try to resuscitate him. They take him off, and as they take him off, the grass
grabs the wheel of
the stretcher
and literally pulls the wheel off, but they manage
to won't let him go.
Take the free-wheeled stretcher and they manage to pull it away.
And DJ finds a key. He does. He finds a key. There's a sad moment as well, like I said, with the windows cracking, where the house, you feel the emotion from the house. You feel like you're looking at the eyes, the window to the soul. So the windows are the house's eyes.
Indeed.
And they crack slightly as he's taken off in the ambulance.
I have got an actual issue later on with the actual relationship, but we'll get to that with Nevercracker and his missus. I've got issues.
It's not a healthy relationship, is it?
I've got problems with this relationship.
It's problematic. So, we get to meet Elizabeth, or Z, as she likes to be called.
Super cool babysitter, plays metal loud, like, meow, she's a punk chick, she's a skate chick, she's cool. And they've not met before. She's first time doing the gig, isn't it? And she's like, this is how it's going to go. She fucking gives him the rules and breaks a vase, however you say it, on the floor to say to him, who's got the power, kid? I've got the power.
Yeah,
And
because
it's
they'll
like-
believe that you broke that, not me.
Then you get that. Then you get the cookie girl turning up, and like she's got more power than her almost, and they're both like on 2 shade level. It's like fucking hell. But we'll get to that.
There's also, again, going back to the babysitter that we covered recently, there's an element in this as well, because DJ does feel that he's too old for a babysitter. His voice is breaking.
That's the thing. He is at that stage of his life where he's a bit like, I kind of don't need babysit, but there is probably those slight things where I'm like cooking myself dinner. I'm a bit like, I don't know what to do. You know, there's
To be
those
fair,
odd things.
His parents have gone away for a whole weekend. Maybe if
He
they were just
would.
away for a few hours.
The
but
Halloween
for the whole-
weekend as well.
Yeah,
But
no,
love the
I would
fact-
leave
at
my kids
At one
alone.
point in this, Z, the babysitter, does just go out of it to look for her boyfriend, and it's just gone. It's like, right, you're the worst babysitter ever. She's terrible.
You're right in that the humour in this, the timing is brilliant, because DJ gets a phone call now,
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
and he sort of picks up the phone, and it's just no one there. So he star 69s, and he hears the phone ringing in the house across the street. Now that, firstly, that is a great horror trope there. To hear something like that, that's brilliant.
Well, before that, when he has his dream, like the house's shadow goes into his room, and a hand comes out of the house and almost grabs him, and then he wakes up. And that was just like, that was so cool. It's done really like horror style. But yeah, he star 69's a number, which in America rings back the number. Does that still happen? Is that?
I think it still happens in America, and over here we do 1471 as the numbers
Not
we
that I've
press.
done it for a long time, but yeah. And I love this bit. It's so Fright Night, just that whole bit of something going on over there, and he's just looking over. It's night time. He's looking out. It's so Charlie Brewster, you know.
He tells Z, and she's like, "Oh, cool! Wow, you called the house across the street. How amazing!"
No, she's like, you called the neighbours. Good for you. It's so much better. And then he says something to her. He starts, that's fucking the best thing about it. He starts saying it all about Nutcracker. I'll call him Nutcracker.
Nevercracker.
Nevercracker.
Never. N-E-double-B.
Never. Why did you have such a weird name? Nevercracker. Starts saying about him, and she just stares at him like she's gonna. It's like she's been listening, and then she goes, Velma Louise, or fucking whatever name she says, and just walk. That's who it is. Just walks out, and she's not even listening to him. And you expect her to say like some reaction to what he's just said, and literally just says something else because she's not thinking. And walks out. That's the humour I like in it. It's so. It's not subtle, but it's just fucking brilliant. It's just not expected. It's just like, that's fucking excellent, you know.
Well, Jason Lee shows up now. Bones. His character. Yeah.
It's you, isn't it?
No relation. Bones is a dick, isn't he?
He is a bully. He's the horrible dick that some girls seem to find attractive. Don't know.
He scares
He's a cunt though.
DJ in his room and thinks it's hilarious.
He gets his toy, his teddy bear, which he had, or was a sentimental teddy bear as a kid, and he's just not very nice to it. My kids were just like, he's not very nice, is he?
He rips the stuffing out of that little rabbit.
Yeah, he's a bit of a twat.
Just for a laugh.
He gets it though.
But DJ is scared of the house, and he calls Chowder, and he says to Chowder, "Meet me at the danger zone." The danger zone is an old building site, like a quarry. So that's their place they're going to meet. Meanwhile, Bones tells Z...
No, he rings up... No, this is the humour again. He rings up Chowder and says, "Where's your mum?" And Chowder says, "Well, my dad's doing the same, but my mum's at the cinema with her personal trainer, but she'll be back late." That doesn't need to be said, but that's fucking hilarious.
Bones tells Z, his girlfriend, that he thinks Nevercracker was evil. He says, "I once saw him kissing his house. Why would you kiss a house?"
Yeah.
And eventually, now then, this is very adult for a child, a PG. He gets a little bit rapey. He's very pushy and won't really take no for an answer. So good on her, Z, she kicks him out. And he's really annoyed, and he drinks his bottle, and then he throws his bottle, and Bones sort of crosses over. He shouts up at the house. He rips up some grass off the lawn, off Nevercracker's lawn. And then, of course, he sees his old red kite that he talked about earlier on.
I know.
And the house is tempting him.
It's like fucking...
Come on.
It's like Pennywise. With the
Yeah, it really is. It knows not your fear, it knows your greatest, what you want, you know. And he wants that red kite that he lost.
What they lost. Yeah. He lost
So
it.
he thinks,
lost it there, didn't he?
Thinks, oh, great, I'll go and get my red kite. And so he walks up to the front door and he gets sucked in and the door slams, leaving only his empty booze bottle on the lawn. And that's the end of Bones for now.
Now you get Child and DJ hanging out on a work site. These guys should not be on location.
Especially the fact that Chowder just starts up the machine.
They shouldn't be on site, I tell you. It's just like, what the fuck? He just turns the machine on like that. Oh my god! You can tell it's set in the 80s. This is the sort of thing that we would do. You know, yeah. Oh my god! You know, I've
actually probably shouldn't say this, but in the 80s, I started up a JCB that someone left the keys in once, and then immediately turned it off.
Yeah.
Thinking I'm probably going to get put in prison.
Yeah.
But it's fine. Yes, so he says, what does he say about Nebbercracker coming back from the dead? He says, do you think he says something about Nebbercracker coming back from the dead? But they sneak up to the house, and Chowder says, look, I love Chowder. All we'll do, because I'll tell you who he is. He is Chunk from the Goonies, isn't he? He is so Chunk from the Goonies.
Yeah, but he's a sidekick of different sidekicks, I'd say.
You could also say that he's Horace from Monster Squad.
Yeah.
He says, look, I'll ding-dong ditch the house. In other words, ring the doorbell and run away. In Bristol, we used to call that knockout ginger.
Knock door ginger down my way.
Knock door run is another one. There's a lot of them.
I had a group of... I was in my downstairs toilet in the window there. I had a group of kids, and this would have been about 6 years ago. It's not even that long ago. They're too big. They're too old. They're about 15. This was about 7 of them, these boys, to do it. And as they sort of did it, I looked out the window. You fucking... I can't remember what I said to them. And they ran off. And I was like, that wasn't even that long ago. And I was like, the spot of me is like, oh, good on you. You know, you got me angry. Well done.
You should have done the Dr. Loomis.
That's what I did that time. Those kids were trying to set down my tyres, didn't I?
Hey, you!
Hey, you!
Get your ass!
Out of there!
So, Chowder's going to ding-dong ditch the house, but as he's sneaking along on the lawn, he finds Bones' bottle. And he starts imitating Nebbercracker. Who am I? Get off my lawn! And he starts doing an impression of him. Yeah. He rings the doorbell. The lights come on, which are like eyes for the house. And the house basically transforms into a face with teeth for like floorboards of teeth.
Big time.
And it growls at them.
Yeah.
And they fucking leg it. They run. So definitely something supernatural with that house.
Absolutely.
Morning time.
Cookie girl. She's so funny.
Jenny, her name is. Little Jenny. Selling her cookies. Ding dong.
So good. I love this.
And she basically talks Z into buying a load of cookies, doesn't she?
Z's basically saying, I don't care. Then she works out that she's a babysitter. She goes, oh, so you're a babysitter. Okay, let's cut the crap. How much? You've got some money? You've been given money for supplies or emergencies? She's like, yeah, I got $30. And she goes, right, okay, I'll write your invoice of 30. You give me 20. You keep the 10. And she goes, all right, only if you throw in 2 extra boxes of cookies. She goes, okay, then go, okay, touche.
And this Jenny girl's about 12. She's like a wheeler dealer, man.
She's like Del Boy. And they're both on the same level here of power, these two. And I was like, good on you. You're both girl power for both of you, regardless of age. Like, go for it, you know.
And while that's happening, the boys are upstairs. They're spying on the house. And they've noticed that the chimney is smoking, even though Nebbercracker apparently is dead and is not there. No one's in the house. So that's strange. So Z bursts in the room. She thinks they are complete weirdos. Why are they spying on the house?
This is the bit where Z ignores him. This is it, because she goes, why are you doing that? So they sort of start saying it, trying to explain the house to Z. And says that your boyfriend's been eaten alive, and then she just responds with just a name and totally ignores him and just walks out saying stuff. And I was like, that's so brilliant, because they're just like thinking, oh great, she's going to believe us. And what's the response? Oh, Jenny, blah, 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 and walk out the room. I knew she'd be doing that, and just walk off mumbling to yourself, like, oh my God, it's so brilliant.
Well, through the telescope,
It goes to show how much she doesn't really give a fuck's babysitter. It's like, why are you doing that? I don't really care. I just have to show some sort of higher power to you. Do you know? But I don't really give a fuck, really, as long as I get the money.
She just wants to listen to her metal music downstairs.
Yeah, and play air guitar.
So they see Jenny through the telescope, Cookie Girl, approaching the house. She's still selling her chocolate. They think, well, we need to go and save her here. So they run out to save her. And the garden path comes alive. And we get this amazing, and this is why this works so well as a CGI film, this amazing scene where the garden path sort of rises up out the ground and creates these platforms where it's like bouncing Jenny along the platforms, one at a time, like a video game, to try and get her into the front door, which is the mouth of the house. It's really cool. The house does manage to eat her cart with all the cookies in it, but they manage to escape, and they manage to save Jenny, basically.
And Jenny's just looking at Chowders, and she says to him, "Are you mentally ill? It's okay. If so, I am actually certified to teach you to play baseball." It's so funny because she's taking the piss, trying to sort of, imply that that's a bad thing and taking the piss that this person is this thing. But at the same time, she's kind of not. She's kind of saying, "Well, actually, I can teach you baseball," but at the same time, almost innocently, naively. But she seems a bit cunning, so I guess it is a piss take and sort of trying from her side. But it's just so funny, so deadpan done.
That is a line that you would get in an early '80s film as well,
and probably a 15 or something.
Yeah, it's good. They try to explain to her that Bones isn't around anymore. She says, "I'm gonna go find him." So she goes off to find Bones. DJ and Chowder bring...
That's it, and she's gone. The babysitter's gone. Babysitter's literally like, "I'm going to find my boyfriend," whatever, and does not care. So
DJ and Chowder, because Jenny has seen the house, they say, "We better show her our operation," which is basically DJ's bedroom with a telescope in it, and some bottles full of pee, because they haven't left the room, so they've just been pissing into bottles.
I know, I love that. Elijah gave me a note here for some reason. He said, "Well, this was made before coronavirus."
What the fuck? Because of staying in a room and pissing in bottles, I suppose.
I don't know. I just because the interaction of them, touching each other or whatever, and he's like, "This was made before coronavirus." God bless him.
Such a cute kid.
It's animation, dude.
That's his note.
That's his note.
I'm hearing him say it in my head.
And I just said it's made before coronavirus. That's my note.
Well done.
Yeah.
Well done.
I was like, "I'll write that down, son." He was reading all my notes. He's sitting on my lap, so he read every one of my notes. So I couldn't say anything too crude. He was reading everything I was writing.
Well, DJ and Chowder start arguing over who's got dibs on Jenny. And they do it as a metaphor for... They talk about spaghetti meatballs or something like that. What is it they talk about? He's like, "I said I liked spaghetti meatballs before you." And he's like, "Yeah, but I liked spaghetti meatballs when I first saw it, when it was selling cookies across the road." And they start talking about it like she's just an object. And then the three of them, they chat a little bit. Then the three of them watch a dog get eaten by the house.
I know. It's just like, wow.
And they're like, "Yeah, there's definitely something spooky here."
At this point of the story, though, we definitely need a comical couple of cops turn up for new characters to come into this.
Yeah.
These guys are great. I love the fact we've got the old white guy and we've got the new young black rookie. I love it. I love it.
He is trigger happy.
He's like, "I'm ready to shoot my gun." So good.
Just before they arrive, the kids say, "Oh shit, it's Halloween." And how many kids are going to knock on that door on Halloween night? That house is going to eat every kid in the neighborhood. So they're on red alert. But yeah, these cops turn up. They are brilliant, aren't they?
They're so good. They're just a really great pairing because he's just so to the point where he just wants to get on the megaphone and start shouting to them, and they're just standing there, and he's the more senior guys just literally just turning things off it. But no, don't do that. We don't do. It's just literally like his kid has just got out of academy, and it's his first day on the beat.
Well, the children have called these cops, and when they arrive, they say, "Right, okay, Mr. Policeman, there's a creature in the house." And they're like, "A creature? Oh, okay, sure." Obviously, they don't believe them, and they say it's Halloween. Ha ha ha! They said they sort of think it's a prank.
But then they get their attention by throwing some big old stones at the house,
and the house doesn't do anything.
And the cops are like, "Look, you guys, get going!" and makes them walk in front of the car, and just runs into Chowder's arse the whole time as the car drives along. It's such slapstick humour. He's like, "Ow!" just walking along, going, "Ow!"
So the kids think, no adults help here. No adults are going to help us. The police aren't going to help us. The babysitter's fucked off. There's only one person that we know.
Napoleon Dynamite, Skull.
The number one video game player. He's the smartest guy.
Skull, it's so good. DJ Chowder.
They say he's the smartest guy we know. They talk about him playing. So he's sort of playing arcade games, and they sort of say, there's one day. The rumor has it, legend has it, there was a day that he played Donkey Kong for 4 days straight, surviving only on like a 3-gallon Dr. Pepper and an adult diaper. It's like, that's it. And you can imagine this guy, and they're talking to him about this possessed house, and he's like,
he's talking to himself at the first.
Sorry, I'm shooting these guys. Sorry, do you see that? Look at the blood on that sword. And he's like got this like medieval video game where he's like hacking up zombies and monsters. And he's like, I'm so good at video games. Yeah, he's such a dick. Sounds
like a young Nicolas Cage.
He does sound like a young Nicolas Cage. They tell him about this possessed house, and he seems to just be like, yeah, there's been possessed houses. I've dealt with this kind of shit in the past. I don't know why he's so worldly, but he is. And he says,
find the heart.
He knows the answer. The house has a heart. Aim for the heart.
So let's make a plan.
What the fuck? So they figure out that the furnace, the fire, the burning fire in the furnace, is the heart of the house. So they come up with this elaborate plan where they're going to fill up a dummy with cold medicine.
Put it in a vacuum cleaner with a fuckload of extension cables.
Because cold medicine famously makes you drowsy.
Yeah.
And Chowder's
dad tastes good as well. Not saying the podcast on a high hill is not saying that you should drink cough medicine because it tastes good. Use in moderation with your cough. That's it.
Chowder's dad works for the pharmacy, so they can get a shitload of
just goes in and nicks it.
Cough medicine from his dad.
Well, it's not like he asks his dad though. He just goes in and shoplifts anyway.
So what they want to do is they want to basically, bear in mind this is a house, but they want to make the house drowsy. That's how invested they are in this. Then they can sneak in when it's asleep.
It's
and
super cool.
Put the furnace out.
Almost works if it's not for the pesky cops.
Those pesky cops. So they have a montage where they make the dummy. They steal they get the water balloons. They get all the pipes and everything like that. They sneak up on the house. They put the dummy down. It's on a vacuum, and the vacuum cleaner sort of moving along the lawn. It looks like a kid. And as it moves up the path, the carpet comes out of the house like a big tongue. It's like ready to eat what it thinks is a boy. But yeah, you're right, Gav. The police show up and ruin the plan.
Yeah.
And they're idiots. And they arrest the kids.
They're hiding trash cans, and they arrest the kids. Well, to be fair, he goes up there and just there's shit tons of cough medicine in there, and that is a bit sketchy. Why are they sending that to this house and
in a vacuum?
I don't know if they should be arrested. That seems like a lot of paperwork for that. You should think you're taking back to their parents and say they're doing some weird shit. Can you stop them doing weird shit, please? Just keep them away from the weird shit. Again, I'm not sure if they meant to do this, but when they're hiding behind the trash cans, I'm reminded of in the trash cans.
Yeah, I'm reminded of the Burbs when they're hiding behind the bins.
Yeah, totally. No, but I feel the writer probably got stoned before the idea. Was probably stoned the night before watching the Burbs.
sounds like a bit of a stoner, this writer/director.
Yeah.
Anyone we know?
I don't think it's the director. No, I don't. No.
So they arrest the kids, and they put them in the car. They're locked in the car, and the house makes a noise. And the cops think, "Oh, hang on a minute, what was that? Let's go and check what that noise was." So we get this scene now where the cops separate, and they go around the back of the house. One goes one way, one goes the other way.
It's that classic moment. You've got this in Scream 3, I think it is. You've got this in Jeepers Creepers, where the kids are stuck in the back of the car, and you can't get out unless someone in the front opens those doors, you know? And they're stuck there observing what's happening. And you've got this it's in loads of movies, you've got this sort of scene, you know? Yeah, what happens?
Well, as I said, the house, just attracts the cops. A tree grabs one of the cops' gun.
It's all very
subtle.
It's poltergeisty, isn't it?
Yeah, well, he's just walking along because he's got his gun up, like a cop would walk along with his gun up, and the tree just hooks it out of his hand subtly, and he's like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa!" And then they both get basically sucked. Basically, they end up both getting sucked inside the house, and then the tree goes full on like Evil Dead. Yeah, grabs the car, starts pulling it in. It bites the car in half. The house. Yeah. And the kids manage to jump out, but they're now trapped inside the house.
Yeah, but the house doesn't actually know they're there, so they're like, right, the floor opens up, the floor closes again, seamlessly goes back to how it was, almost like it hadn't happened. And they're like, right, we've got to stay quiet as long as we can stay away from whatever is going to acknowledge we're here.
Because the house is always trying to cover its tracks. So it figured, I've just killed 2 policemen, so I better hide that police car as well, not knowing that the children were in it.
So they decided to look around the house.
Yeah, let's find the furnace. Let's find the heart, put out the fire, and let's kill this house.
Of a lady, a large lady.
A very, very
large lady and a very small, skinny man.
Yeah. And it turns out he was in a demolition squad with lots of dynamite involved in his job. Ooh, that might come back into it a bit.
How does sex go with really big person and a really small person? How does that go? Who's on top? What's going on?
Well, I would imagine not the large person.
Oh yeah, because then the little one might get squashed.
I had a girlfriend once who was very large, and I
okay.
And I was a younger teenager, and I was so skinny back in the day. And after a while, a long time I was with this girl, we broke up. First thing all my friends said to me was, "Did she ever go on top?"
And all of us now want to know this as well.
Well, my hips have never been the same. No, I'm not going to reveal that. Some things I like to keep to myself. Yes, she did.
And how was that?
Painful.
Right.
I'm not dissing anyone who's large.
No. And we
not at all.
We weren't being disrespectful at all. I was just generally inquiring.
I'm just letting you know. It's just, I would say, if one of you's big and one of you isn't, you're probably going to want to have the littler one on top, guys. That's my Dan's sex tip of the episode.
We could do a new segment.
Little one goes on top. That's what it is.
That's it. Just little words of wisdom.
That sounds like something Jimmy Savile would say, so I'm going to move away from that.
You've gone to whole different levels. Let's carry on.
So, yes, they find these pictures. He used to be a demolition expert. The house suddenly starts seeming to search for the children, and they realise that the house has got an uvula, which is that little dangly thing in the back of your throat you can see. And that means the house has got a gag reflex.
It does almost sound like a rude thing.
Well, that's why when they say that's the uvula, Chowder says, "Oh, this is a girl house." So again, another slightly adult joke, because he's thinking of vulva, I think. So yes, they realise that there's a tongue, there's teeth, there's a gag reflex. So there's a way that we can trigger that, which might puke everything out of the house. So it shouldn't work. It should be ridiculous. That's too mad for me to say, but this works in this film. It totally works. So they fall into the basement, which is like the belly
of the house. Place, isn't it?
It is, and this is where over the years, everything that the house has eaten, everything Nevercracker's taken off the children in the neighbourhood, it's all ended up in this basement, in this
like
belly.
A giant car boot sale or jumble sale in a town hall.
But there's some good He-Man figures in
There's
there
some
for me.
good shit in there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a couple of Star Wars Millennium Falcons.
Man, I'd love to go to car boots out in the 80s.
Oh, yeah, but it wouldn't be that good. It'd be stuff from the 70s and 60s, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but you'd probably still get some good shit.
Do you want to hear a weird fact?
Possibly.
I can put my... No, I'm joking. I love the way you look so concerned.
Just a little bit concerned about where we're going.
No, talking about thinking about the past. The way that we look at the 90s now and how long ago that was is the same as people in the 90s looking at the 60s.
Okay.
Isn't that a weird fact?
Yeah, I guess.
Times are slipping.
Dan's fact of the day.
Little one goes on top. So they also find, in amongst these toys, they find Constance the Giantess.
Yeah.
A poster for Constance the Giantess and a cage as well. And a padlock. And lo and behold, the key that DJ found earlier fits this padlock.
Mm.
And they go in, and now this is fucking dark, Gav. This is a kid's film. They go in and they find the dead body of Constance the Giantess cemented to the ground in the bottom of this house, and a shrine to her as well. And they touch the cement and it crumbles, revealing the skeleton of Constance the Giantess.
Yeah.
Now that is flipping dark, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that would give you trauma for the rest of your life if you were actually witnessing this.
This causes the house to wake up. Chowder sees his basketball from earlier, which is obviously attracts him, but he's suddenly grabbed by springs. I'm guessing springs from a mattress. It doesn't matter. We're inside the house. It is like It, and this is another film that this film feels like. The Goonies. We've talked about Monster
like
Squad. That
all
stuff.
the movies I liked: Rear Window, The Burbs, Fright Night.
The Goonies. Yeah, it's got it all. So he's grabbed, this house can do what it wants. Jenny gets eaten by the air conditioning pipes. They kind of suck her inside. The stairs try to eat DJ. We get all these amazing Tim Burton style visuals. And this bit does get very Tim Burton, this bit now, where all the inside of the house is alive. It's like a dream world, really. Jenny manages to grab the uvula, which is the gag reflex, and the house suddenly throws up. DJ gives up on all. DJ's almost hit by an ambulance, and in the ambulance,
he's back. Guess who's back?
Nevercracker, Steve Buscemi, and they say we know about Constance.
The house is all excited. Yeah.
Yeah, and they say to him, "We know about Constance," and he says, "I didn't kill her." And this is where we get the flashback, where she was in a freak show. He saved her.
She's a large lady in this. How bad back in the day, like someone because they're big are deemed something to just look at in a cage. That's crazy.
Well, the word freak. The word freak.
I know.
We say it so casually, like because these days it doesn't mean what it used to mean. But like if we say, "Oh, you're such a freak," or like you're getting freaky, but back then, anything slightly different, you were a freak and you were in a freak show. That's mad.
Yeah, there's all different sort of ways you can look at freaky and getting freaky or freaking out like with Frank Zappa or something,
Get your freak on.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's back. And he tells her what happened. He tells the kids that she fell into the wet foundations and he never meant for her to die.
My issue here's my issue with this relationship problem.
Okay, hit me up.
He meets her.
Pretend this is Jerry Springer.
He meets her when she is being a bit of a bitch. He looks at that and goes, beautiful. Right, what part? Okay, because I'm not saying large is not beautiful. That's not what I'm saying in the slightest in any sort of way. But that's not... maybe he does see that as that's beautiful, because for me, what beautiful is the personality. That's the way it is. And if someone's a nice person, that shines out so much more. She's a twat. She's a bitch. What is he seeing in her? And then when he gets with her, he's with her for what? Because he says, look, we're going to go, like, run away with me. We're going to do this house. And he starts making a house. He's into what? 2 months of making a house, would you say?
So she's forcing him. So listeners, dear listeners. So in this flashback, she's forcing Nebuchadnezzar to build this house from scratch for her. This special house. Kids aren't allowed anywhere near it. No one from the neighbourhood can play football anywhere near this house.
And well, I don't know how long he's with her. A year and a half.
I'd say like a year or so, maybe. Yeah.
Well, I just think it's a bit full on, like this relationship. She's a bit full on. She's a bit of a nasty person. I just can't see what he sees in her.
Well, she gets her comeuppance, as we said, because she falls in the cement and died.
What's he see in her though? And he's so happy once he is free from her later on.
But obviously, being literally part of the foundation of the house, and again, it's a good metaphor. She's the foundation of the house. She actually is, and that is why the house is alive, because she is the house. And this is the flip. The flip of the story is not that Nebuchadnezzar was mean to all the kids. He was actually just trying to scare the kids away because he knew that the house wanted to eat them.
He knew his wife was a fucking dick.
So actually, he's a good guy, really.
And his wife's a dick. So again, why does he find her attractive?
The house gets very angry at this point, Gav. It uses some trees as arms, and it starts walking on those arms. So it's getting ridiculous now. But because this is a CG movie, and these characters are so well written, we are in this now.
I'm happy a house starts chasing kids.
I don't give a shit if a house is chasing them. I love what I'm seeing.
I want to see a house run down. It's like the shittest transformer in the world ever. A house or a robot.
What do you transform into? I'm Optimus Prime, I'm a truck. What about you? I am Starscream, I'm a plane. I'm Megatron, I'm a gun. Who are you? I'm Housecon. What do you turn into?
A
house.
In my parents' loft, I've still got a transformer. It's a big transformer. It's still got the original packaging. It's still in it. The reason being, I got it from my gran. Opened up and went, what's this? It's a garage. And what? Changed into a robot. It's a garage.
What do you mean a garage?
About like a garage which little cars would go into, and that turned into a robot. It's really crap.
Oh, I don't think that's a real transformer, though, is it?
I'll show you the box. I'm going to put it on eBay.
Oh my god! Fucking hell, that sounds terrible.
That's crap.
That sounds like on Big.
And little cars are going, and little cars would be transformers too. It was awful.
Do you remember that scene on Big where he sort of works in the toy shop, Tom Hanks, in the toy factory, and they're trying to make these new transformers. One of them transforms into a building.
And he says to him, what's the point?
What's the point? And they're like, what do you mean what's the point? It's massive. And he's like, yeah, it's really cool when it's a robot, but then when it's a building, it's just a fucking building. Like, what is it?
Point? Yeah, exactly. That's it. And I had a garage, and it's a proper transformer. It's well crap. It was like a transformer fucking gangbang, because you had all these little transformers all would be slotted inside.
The big one was like that. Yeah, come on.
The big gangbang transformer. That's
what was it called?
Robot gangbang.
Garagicon. Parking.
Bukkake former.
Wow. Wow.
Let's carry on.
Going back to this house. So this house is chasing them down the hill.
This isn't a kid-friendly episode, is it, at all?
And the kids head to the danger zone, a.k.a. the quarry, and the house chases them down there. Nebuchadnezzar tells the house off. It says,
"Stay away from the children."
Yeah. And it kind of looks like he might get hurt here. He says, "I've got to make things right," and he pulls out some TNT that he's got left over from his demolition days. The kids get the JCB because obviously they started that up earlier. They leave the keys in it, Gab, so we know the kids can start the JCB up, and they start fighting the house with the JCB. This is better than the Michael Bay Transformers film. We've got a house fighting kids in a JCB. This is much better than the Transformers films.
It's directed better as well because you can just see what's.
You can tell what's happening.
You see what's going on.
You haven't got Shia LaBeouf in slow motion going, "What the hell?" The only thing this doesn't have is Megan Fox.
No.
DJ tries to throw some TNT down the chimney of the house.
Big thumbs, actually.
What?
Megan Fox got really big thumbs.
Has she?
I don't know. I think it's something like that. She's got something big.
Fucking hell, she has. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Are you speaking about her breasticles?
Listen, let's get back to this film. That was
dirty,
terrible.
Dirty boy.
That is really a dirty old man thing I've just said. And I apologise from the bottom of my...
the BBC in the 80s.
Terrible, absolutely terrible that was. So DJ climbs up the crane and he tries to throw some TNT down the chimney. The JCB it lures the house, so Chowder lures the house over to the crane and we get a big crash and the house still manages to be alive. DJ and Jenny, they climb the crane. The house looks it's all sort of spiky and supernatural now. It's transformed again. It's like a triple changer because it's transformed into it's transformed into a big spiky monster now at this point.
Triple changer, transform.
Triple changers were Transformers, you know.
Oh, I don't know.
All right, I had a triple changer called Springer,
I was trying to make some sort of sexual joke about it.
Do you want to hear about Springer?
What did Springer do?
Springer was a transformer, and he he transformed into a hovercraft and a helicopter
and a robot.
And a robot. So he's a triple changer.
That's not that bad, I suppose.
Pretty decent.
Why do you want to bother being a hovercraft?
Better than
you wouldn't bother being a hovercraft. You just stay a helicopter. It'd be easier.
It's better than your fucking garage.
It's fucking well better than my fucking
garage. Can we quickly? I'm talking to Transformers. They've released a Transformer called Ectotron, which is Ecto 1 that transforms into an Autobot. Right. Have you seen it?
No.
It's so cool, dude. What? And you can also get the DeLorean, the Back to the Future DeLorean that transforms into a Transformer. So they've like merged the two franchises.
What was that
so cool.
What was that with Megatron? It's just a handgun, but you actually had the handgun as a proper person to hold. It was a full-size handgun.
For me as a child, he was a good-size handgun.
But that's not real in the world of Transformers. Otherwise, it'd just be this massive, massive gun just sitting there
in the
doing
world of
nothing,
Transformers,
because no hand would be big enough.
In the world of Transformers, he was bigger than Optimus Prime, who was a truck.
Yeah, as a gun, so it'd just be sitting there. Like,
I know the reason. I can answer this. I'm a nerd. Do you want to know the reason why?
If it's not too long and doesn't bore our audience.
Basically, Transformers comes from 2, maybe even 3 different toy lines in Japan. Some of them were household objects like the gun or Soundwave,
household
tape player. Yeah. So some of them were like, one toy line was just household objects that turned into robots, like Soundwave, the tape player, Megatron, the gun, a few other things. And some of them were cars and planes. And then they brought it over to America, called it Transformers, and just bought these toy designs off of these 2 or 3 different Japanese companies, and morphed them all into one big company in America. And that's why none of them are the same scale. It's all a bit weird. There you go.
Cool.
Flambone, geek answers.
Brilliant. Carry on.
Back to this. So, hang on, where are we at?
House is destroyed.
Boom. Blows up. Kids are all okay. So is Nebuchadnezzar. And he sort of says, sadly, initially, he says, goodbye, Constance. And then he says, 45 years. I'm free!
Exactly. How happy is he?
He's free.
Is that he just shouldn't have, that day when he saw her shouting and screaming at people, thought, gosh, she's all right. He'd have been all right.
And we get a great ending here. We get a big crater in the ground, and it's Halloween, and all the kids are queuing up to get to the crater. And when they get there, you get your toy back that you lost on Nebuchadnezzar's lawn. Your trike.
It's quite a nice moment. It's almost a little bit emotional, isn't it?
It's like Christmas, but it's Halloween. And everyone gets their presents back. Jenny leaves. She hugs them both, which is nice. So we still don't know which of them she likes, if any of them. DJ's parents get back. And they said, what do they say to him? The kids say to each other, we're too old for trick-or-treating. And then Chowder's like, but are we? And DJ's like, maybe we could do it once more. And this is where Chowder's like, candy time!
Yeah.
And then the end credits roll.
Their parents have got a really big toothbrush.
They have got a very big toothbrush.
Did you ever have one of those mega-sized toothbrushes? And what was
No.
Whoever thought, I know what I'm going to do. I can make novelty toothbrushes which are so big, no one could ever use them.
I did have a very big watch. Do you remember those giant watches?
Yeah, you hang on your wall. But that's a clock. You could.
It was a clock.
But what could you do with the toothbrush?
I don't fucking know. Like, what could you do with it? Clean your dinosaur's teeth?
Who cares?
The end credits roll, but they do let everybody off the hook because nobody died in this. Because as the end credits roll, we see the 2 cops come out of the ground. The dog
is so shit.
Everyone kind of is alive.
But the babysitter we still didn't see the babysitter. Like, she's so shit. She went ages ago looking for bones and just never came back. She's such a bad babysitter.
But at least she doesn't get with
could be dead.
She doesn't get with Bones at the end. She gets with Skull. Terrible. Which is great. And everybody that was eaten by the house crawls out of the ground. They're all alive, a bit disorientated.
And Chowder gets his basketball, bounces it, and straight up to the hoop, and it gets stuck straight away.
Have you ever done that?
Probably. But I laughed out loud at that bit because that was classic slapstick humour. Classic slapstick humour.
I've done that before. I did that so we had 3 houses in my secondary school, 3 different, like that. The year was divided into 3 colours, green, red and blue. And my house basketball team, one of the few sports I was good at was basketball and badminton. I don't know why those were the 2 I was good at. But I was in my final for the house basketball tournament. And it wasn't like the fight, it was like Team Wolf or something where it was down to the final moment. I was just trying to score a basket and I just felt the pressure was on me and I threw the basket and it was like slow motion. Then it did exactly what it did in this film. It just jammed in behind the bloody hoop. Amazing. And the backboard. And I was like, fuck it. And then the teacher had to get a broom out of the corner and poke the ball down.
The epic excitementness had completely gone at that point.
Everyone was just like, Boner, you're such a dickhead.
Boner. Oh.
Don't. PTSD.
You were called Boner, weren't you?
I was, yeah, for fucking years. Fucking years. My name was fucking Erection. I didn't know. It wasn't until I was about 14 or 15 that I realised my nickname since I was about 10 was actually what happens when all the blood rushes to your willy because you're excited.
Boner.
Anyway,
thumbs up or thumbs down? Or boners up or boners down?
My boner is up for Monster House.
This is up as well for Monster House.
This is great. This is a great film. I said to you before we started recording this episode, I flipped it a bit. I like Paranorman a little bit more than Monster House these days. However, in discussion with you, both of these films are fucking great, and it's really hard to split them. I think the way I would go down the route of describing these 2 films is if you want more of a laid-back time without having to worry and have too many messages, Monster House is an easier watch. Paranorman has a lot more layers to it and is a little bit more grown up at times.
Yeah, Monster House has got that 80s feel to it. It's almost a trip down nostalgia, even though you've never seen the movie. Yeah.
Both great films, though. Monster House, awesome. Paranorman, awesome. If you've got kids, no matter the age, they'll love it. I think they want to be a bit older for Paranorman. Monster House, get them in front of it with some popcorn. They're going to love this shit. It's great. Amazing. I love that. Loved it.
Okay. So, I think we need to talk to Mr. Vakeman.
Bill?
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 Hi, welcome back to World of the Strange.
World of the Strange. World of the Strange. It's the World of the Strange. Well, we're here. World of the Strange. Now, for this episode, we've both recently had some medical experiences. I had an operation. You've had green dye in your eyeball.
Mm-hmm.
What I thought is we take a look at some medical things gone wrong.
Brilliant.
Thought you like that?
Great.
I've got a list. You know I love a list. You love a list.
How many things are we speaking?
10 of them.
Okay. Is this any order, or is this just like thrown out at me?
Just any order. Just coming.
So it could be absolutely awful from the get-go.
Yep. Well, it starts off not too bad. A man had a root canal. Yeah.
I've been to the dentist recently, actually.
Yeah, he went to his dentist.
Yep.
This is 2014, and he said, "Oh, I need a root canal." They said, "Yeah, that's all good. Get you booked in for that." They went in, and he had his anaesthetic. However, this triggered something in his brain. March the 14th, 2005.
So with his nerve endings.
I guess, because he woke up the next day, and to him, it was still March the 14th, 2005. In fact, he wakes up every day since then, and it's kind of Groundhog Day. He doesn't remember anything past it. So he remembers every memory of his life up until then, but he's not able to make any new memories.
Does he go to the dentist every day?
No. Well, he might do, but I guess he has to be reminded every day. Basically, he goes for he's been for thousands of scans.
What happened to the dentist?
It's a weird freak thing that's never happened before. No one understands why it's happened. He's a 1 in a million. It's never happened to anybody else.
Oh my god! So
it's just his reaction to the anaesthetic.
Is still doing this?
Yeah, he wakes up every day and has to be reminded. By the way, it's no longer 2005. It's 2021 now. Here's what happened. You went to the dentist on March the 14th.
Every day someone has to do this.
Yeah.
It must be a team of people. It must be alternative people who've got a lot of things to say. This is what happened, or does he read it and it's written for him? Well, that's just insane. You wouldn't believe it though, would you? Tomorrow, if you woke up tomorrow, and for you it's just a normal day, but then they said, right, I'm here because this is like years ago, this is not now. You'd be like, what are you talking about? That must be such a weird concept to imagine, to be in that person's
Well, imagine looking in the mirror in like 20 years' time and you still think it's 2005, and you look in the mirror and you're like old.
Or if you're like an old man, that's going to be an absolute nightmare every day.
So they think it was just a really weird set of symptoms and things that happened. The way his brain works, nerves, the injection, his reaction to the anaesthetic, and it's caused this weird version of amnesia. Like I said, there's nothing else to the story other than that.
God.
Very strange, isn't it?
Oh, fucker.
Well, we'll go on to the next one then. So, Houston, America, 2014. An unnamed man went in for stomach surgery. And he didn't have a very good time. He came out of the operation, and once he'd recovered, he found he was unable to process food or do any poos. He shed 43 pounds in only a couple of weeks.
It's because he wasn't eating anything.
Medical tests and X-rays revealed a huge mass in his abdomen. And he thought to himself, I've got cancer, I'm going to die here. What the hell is this? Actually, what had happened is the surgeon had left
in its material
a towel.
For fuck's sake.
In the man's tummy and sewn it all back up. So he had to have more surgery to remove the towel.
And probably the infections.
He received an $86,000 compensation for that.
What the fuck? You've got one job. Sew him up.
Don't leave your towel in there. Do you think he
get
thought?
The towel? Where's the towels? Are they in the wash?
Well, it is actually.
I must have put it in the wash already.
You sure? I haven't seen it.
Have you seen my wristwatch? I think I put it over there.
It's definitely not up that patient's arse that you were just dealing with.
Jesus Christ.
Did you think about that one?
What the fuck?
Well, let's move on to the next one.
I'm not surprised though. I'm surprised and not surprised. As soon as you did it, I was like, there's material up there.
Well, this next one involves an autopsy. So, a man involved in a car accident in 2007. Medics, said, he's dead. That's the end of it.
Oh, he wasn't dead, was he?
They notified his wife.
Okay.
They had him on the slab in the morgue.
Yeah.
And they started cutting his face off because they wanted to check things were going on. And then they were worried because as they were slicing his cheek off, blood started pouring out. And they thought, what the hell? This is weird. He then woke up screaming.
How much of his face did they get off?
They were cut a good amount of his cheek off. So when his wife arrived to identify the body, he was alive. He was like, I'm alright. They just cut half my cheek off. They were doing an autopsy on me.
What happened to him?
Well, he's had some counselling, but he's okay. He's fine.
No, not post. What happened to him? How did they get that wrong? How did they believe he's dead?
It's a phenomena that does happen occasionally, where it appears that the body is dead, even though there is the tiniest.
Psychosis?
I don't know what it's called, but there's like the tiniest of pulses and heartbeats the body can maintain. Kind of like, I suppose, if you fall into like ice water, you can't even barely detect any pulse or heartbeat. And this is what happened with this guy.
Right. Fuck.
Yeah, not great. Imagine them cutting into your face and you're waking up.
At least it wasn't his knob.
Well, let's move on to this one. I think you're going to like this one.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here we go. So this is in Tokyo. About a lady. 2016, unnamed patient in Tokyo Medical University Hospital. She went in for cervix surgery. Doctors were operating a laser on her cervix, obviously very, very near her bottom, her bum hole. While she was unconscious, she let out a rip-roaring fart.
Oh no! Did it make a fart?
Now, methane is in a fart. A laser is obviously flammable, and this meant the patient's flatulence and the laser erupted a huge jet of fire, which set her medical gown on fire.
I'm just picturing all this happening in real time, and
she sustained significant burns.
On the bottom.
I shouldn't laugh. All over her. It was her whole gown that went up.
Oh shit.
All the machines were fine. It was really only the inside of her bottom that was severely burnt.
Oh my god.
And a few parts here and there of her body but they obviously put her out quite quickly when this happened.
Well,
but basically,
she was having but the fact that she had to stay still for the laser doing the operation at the time, and that alone a set on fire gown from her fart to contend with.
She was unconscious, relaxed. That's why the fart fired out.
So she's on fire, relaxed as well. Fucking hell!
What do you think about that?
I don't know. I'm worried if I have to have laser surgery and I'm going to fart now.
Well, let's move on to this next one. This relates to you and your eye.
Okay. Everyone likes eye surgery, don't they?
67-year-old woman, very painful eye, a bit like Gav. Very bad eye. What's up with this? This is 2017. So she went in and said, "Look, I've been using contact lenses for 35 years, and I've suddenly developed this really bad pain in just one of my eyes."
Taking them out.
Turns out,
don't say she left them in.
There were 27 contact lenses in one eye.
She just kept putting more and more in.
She didn't know how to use them.
Her vision would be awful.
It was. Her eye was actually okay. Once they removed it and cleaned it up, her eye was okay. But due to concerns about bacterial contamination, they had to do some surgery, remove a load of gunk.
I love the fact that the guy at the optician's today is teaching the woman how to do it. Just chuck it in your eye. And she says, okay, every day I just put another
every
one
day
in my
I just
eye.
do that.
Like, why did you think every day? How many? 80?
67. Oh, 27 she had in her eye.
That's like wearing 27 pairs of glasses.
She could see through fucking walls.
Could you imagine that? Tomorrow, go find all the spare glasses you got in the house and put them all together and see how that it looks.
I've got 4 pairs of glasses in my eyes.
Come on tomorrow and see how that does. Then times that. Then times that by, whatever.
She apparently thought that when someone says disposable contact lenses.
Dissolve in your eye. Well, how about the other one? Was that both eyes?
Weird, it was only one eye, so I don't know what happened.
What is she doing?
I don't know.
Help this lady, please.
Help this lady, please. Oh dear.
I'm definitely gonna try out loads of pairs of glasses tomorrow. I'm gonna find loads. See what happens.
Moving on to a gentleman in 2012. He had to go in for an hour-long lung operation where he would have to stay completely unconscious, but his body didn't react to the anaesthetic, which meant about 15 minutes into this surgery, he woke up with his chest cavity cut right open and his lung being operated on.
Oh shit!
But because he'd been given loads of sedatives,
it's just like, yeah, cool. What's going on?
No. He could feel the pain, but he couldn't move anything of his body. He
couldn't say.
In his head, he was thinking, I've got to wriggle a toe just to show them, and he couldn't even wriggle one of his toes. So he had to lie there, feeling them.
That's right out of a horror movie.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Apparently, the first thing he said once the sedatives were off, he said, "What the hell have you done to me?" And the doctors couldn't understand it, and he told them what had happened, and they checked it all out, and they figured out that they probably hadn't given him enough anaesthetic for his body weight. That was something I was concerned about with my operation. You worry about, because when you go for a major surgery, you go into like a back office room first of all, then you don't remember being in the actual surgery usually. Now I remember my surgery room this time because weirdly I had to walk in there myself and lie on the bed that they were going to operate on me on. It all felt very strange, and there was loads of people in there for it as well. Now then I woke up and I was in the recovery ward, and that's fine. Now Alice, when she had her pancreas removed last year, she woke up about 5 minutes after the operation, they said, because she woke up still in the surgery room, and they were like, oh, you're awake, Mrs. Bone. Oh, you shouldn't be awake. And she's like, oh, is everything all right? And they were like, yeah, just lie still. We'll get. So she'd woken up like 5 minutes after. So they have to get that anaesthetic just right, don't they? Otherwise, this can happen. You wake up in the middle of a fucking operation.
I've run out it once when I was circumcised, because I was circumcised a bit later in life.
Yeah.
And had it once. And I just remember sort of sitting there I was chatting to some girl. I was like chatting, and I was like, am I chatting her up? And I'm about to just pass out, and she's about to chop my foreskin off my knob. Like, what am I doing right now? Nah, that's it. Then I woke up. I'll have a cup of tea and some toast, please.
Christ. A cup of tea and some toast, please.
So what else you got for me?
I like this one. So a man has made let me get this right. A man had made a New Year's resolution to not die. Hang on a minute. That's right. A man basically didn't realise he'd been shot in the head.
Brilliant.
Went to the hospital.
It's possible though, shit like this.
And they said, you've got a bullet in your head and you've had it in there for a couple of years.
Wow.
They left it because they said, well, we don't know what to do, because it's in the brain. We don't want to move it too much. Do you know how he got it out?
How?
About a year later, he sneezed and it came out.
Out his nose?
He sneezed and he felt a pain, put his finger up his nose and felt the base of it, and then managed to blow it, like snort it out.
Oh my god.
Went to the hospital and they were like, how the fuck are you still alive? Like, it's not damaged any part of your brain. It's just fluke, like where the bullet landed.
I hope he has a bullet as like a necklace now.
Dude, the guy that sneezes out bullets.
That's the new movie I'm going to make. That's all he does. He sneezes out bullets.
Oh no, he's going to sneeze.
There's a double one.
And do you know what he does after he kills someone? He says, "Bless you."
Every time.
Gesundheit. That's all I've got for you.
That's amazing. Thank you. Appreciate it.
That's all right. Some medical nightmares.
It wasn't as gross as I thought it was going to be, luckily.
No.
It wasn't like weird things being pulled out of people, worms and things.
No, but still, I think the worst one was probably the guy who woke up 15 minutes into a lung operation.
That's pretty
and was
bad.
awake
And had
most
to
of it.
deal with that shit.
Or the poor guy who went to get his tooth sorted and then couldn't remember anything since then.
I don't know, anal fart.
Oh yeah, she was bad.
Blower. She was pretty bad.
She had a Mac once the flamethrower coming out of her ass.
Yeah, Mac had the flamethrower on her ass. Alright, well, Mr. Vegan. Mr. Vegan? Who's Mr. Vegan? Who's that? Vegan.
Mr. Vegan.
Vegan. It's like vegan. Mr. Vegan. Peter Vegan. Can you take us out of here?
Please get us out of here. Fucking hell.
That's all the time we've got for this week on World of the Strange. Next week, though, gimme Ira. Hairless pets. Weird.
And we're back.
We're back to say goodbye.
Thank you for coming along, listeners, with us on another magical journey through Gavin
It's been brilliant.
Dan's mind.
And Gav's ear.
Why am I here?
Thank God that you could see and I could talk.
Otherwise, it would have been a weird podcast. I probably wouldn't have recorded it, to be honest, because I thought press record and it hadn't recorded.
And I would have just been going...
It's been a really shit podcast.
Thank you, listeners, for your patience and coming back to episode 110 after all this time.
And we're not going anywhere. We've said this before. We just happen to sometimes have to just do live shit. It just happens.
Live shit.
We can't help it.
Live
We try to keep up with this. We try to keep our happy demeanours, even though deep inside we're like, damn this podcast. No, not at all. We love
Fuck this podcast, fuck this coronavirus, and fuck you.
Right. But you're cool, you know.
That was the day that Dan quit.
We love podcasting, and we will be back every time we can. But obviously, like I said, we've got some babies coming up soon, some little twins popping out, and that will probably be, you know, a little bit of time off for Dan just to figure out how to be a dad, because it's something we all have to do if we're men, unless you want to be a woman who wants to be a dad. Yep.
A parent. How do I be a parent?
Yeah.
Well, I've enjoyed this episode. It was a good one talking to parents, because if you've not seen either of those two films that we reviewed, Monster House, Paranorman, they're fantastic. They're great. We love them both, watching them both. It was really nice to do something that wasn't, you know, so heavy, perhaps, although there were themes in both films that were perhaps a bit heavier than they should be. But great stuff. Well, let's talk about what's coming up next. We've flipped the schedule a little bit because of the delay with this episode. That means that our next episode 111, episode 111. Say it with me, Gav. 111. Episode 111 is going to be our Easter episode, which means we are going to be looking at the classic Leprechaun 2. And we're pairing that up with the final time we'll be visiting this franchise, Alien versus Predator, because there's eggs in it.
Yeah, so we're going to go there, but we're not doing AVP 2.
Fuck AVP Requiem. Fuck it.
Doing that one. So this is the last time we're going to be with the alien eggs.
Yeah,
but we're doing that.
That's what we're doing. So that's going to be great, and that means episode 112 would be my birthday episode, Gav.
And what is it you're going to choose?
So you don't know this yet. So and neither do the listeners. But for episode 112, which is good because my birthday is the 12th as well, so that ties in nicely. I'm going to be asking you to watch with me and review with me the first 2 VHS films I ever bought myself, which were ex-rental big boxes. I've still got them. I bought them for 50p each from the corner shop with my own money when I was about 9 or 10. And those 2 films are, bear with me here, listeners, Teen Wolf.
Okay.
Michael J. Fox, basketball.
Yeah.
We're in there, werewolves.
That'd be interesting.
And David Bowie. Labyrinth.
Okay.
You remind me of the Babe. What Babe? The Babe with the Power. Now, it's not horror, that one, really.
It's fantasy.
But it's Jim Henson. It's fantasy. It's got some horror elements in it. You'll see that as we go through it. But I figured it's my fucking birthday and I'll do what I want.
Well, my birthday choice is for action movies.
That's true, actually. So Labyrinth and Teen Wolf. I can't think of anything I'd rather do on my 43rd birthday than talk about that with you, Gav.
Excellent. Teen Wolf, I don't mind that film. It's an interesting movie, and I'm a Michael J. Fox fan, so that's cool. It's got a lot of cult status. I don't like it that much, but it's an enjoyable film.
I will just say, before you say anything else, Teen Wolf, for me, helps me with puberty. For real. Like, honestly. Really does. And we'll get into that.
Okay.
What are your thoughts on Labyrinth?
Labyrinth, I think I've seen it. I know my kids have seen it and they sing the Babe thing that you sing. And I hear other people say the Babe thing.
The Babe thing, brilliant.
You the Babe, I'm the Babe, babe. I don't know how it goes.
Fucking hell. This is going to be a great episode.
Yeah. So I don't know, but I can David Bowie. I can do loads of that going on. So.
There's some great lines in that from him.
Impressions.
Says to her at one point. So you say, he says, so you say my labyrinth is a piece of cake. Let's see how you like this little slice.
I can't wait. I'll see if I can do some really shit impressions.
So that's 112, and that means 113 will be the episode we were going to be doing next, which we're not. It's been bumped back a couple of episodes. But episode 113 will be Halloween 2 and A Nightmare on Elm Street 2, Freddy's Revenge, part 2, 2 great franchises.
Not Rob Zombie's Halloween 2.
But Rob Zombie's Halloween 2.
John Carpenter produced Halloween 2. Yes, that'd be good. Fan of both of them films. So that's cool. We've got some things to look forward to. And around then, though, it's going to be some babies, probably.
There are going to probably be some babies, although, you know, we'll see. These will probably be all banged out, hopefully, before the babies are here. But bear with us.
Bear with us. And like I said, though, if it goes too long, I might just say, look, let me just do a mini random episode, not off topic. I'll just... Okay.
I'm going to be here.
All right, listeners, you've heard it. Dan's going to cope absolutely fine with twins.
I am. You've done it with 3 children.
Not all at once.
Not all at once, but you still did it. You did have 2 younger children.
And I managed to keep up with things.
Exactly.
Ultimately, my marriage did go downhill, so... I don't really know if that's a good insight for you, personally.
You've done it. Yeah, I did, but I did. My marriage did. Yeah. I love brutal honesty there. Thank you.
Well,
That's why we took 6 months off last time, because things fell apart for both you and my health. So fuck it. Things happen. Things happen. Yeah. We're honest for our listeners.
I know, but I don't want our patrons to be like, right, those cunts aren't fucking on here, are they?
We've only just bought a fucking t-shirt, the pricks.
Yeah, we try our best, guys. We try our best.
We will, and we'll always be honest with you guys. You know, we've been doing this for over 8 years now.
We're honest. I think I'm more honest on here than I am to some people.
Yeah, this is like I saw a funny meme the other day that said, you know, a 40-year-old bloke.
Podcast
no,
therapy.
I don't do therapy. I do a podcast. You know, and it's true. You know, I chat to you on this and.
I always try and use this as a platform to try and open up different discussions. You know, we did this evening. We sort of went into some other stuff.
Yeah, it's really good. We talked about some very serious things, especially with Paranorman. You know, so we do talk absolute shit, but actually there's a heart.
Don't think I'd ever mention catching my dad watching porn on a podcast that goes out to the world. But, you know.
Didn't think I'd accidentally...
Glad he doesn't listen. This would be the time he listens for once.
Didn't think I'd out that young girl that saw that terrible, terrible porn scene that I accidentally said her name. I'm so sorry about that, Becky. Oh, I've said it again. Shit. Sorry.
As long as you don't say the surname. Don't say the surname. Don't say the surname. Don't say the surname.
I'm not going to say it. No, I'm not going to say it. But
right,
yeah.
Go on, do your thing.
I guess the thing is, if you ever find a videotape in the boot of your dad's car, for the love of God,
why have you got a videotape?
Do not
for a start.
Don't put it on when there's all the women in the household in the same room. Whatever you do. And if you come home and your dad's watching porn, give him a minute to zip up and tidy up.
Dude, I never went there. I just assumed he was getting it out the player. The video.
Oh, boy.
Oh, carry on. I don't want to linger on this. Carry on.
And your dad wanking. Move away from that.
Carry on.
Okay, so, as always, I want to mention that we, the Podcast on Haunted Hill, are a proud member of the Legion Podcast Network. If you want to know more about them, go to legionpodcast.com. You can email me and Gav directly if you've got questions, you want to speak to us, or requests, whatever it is. Just hit us up, the Podcast on Haunted Hill at outlook.com. We're most active on Facebook. If you go to the Podcast on Haunted Hill page, you can speak to us or any of our followers, listeners, friends. We're like a family basically on there. Literally, I think if I've spoken to some of you guys privately, it's like a bloody family. I've known you all, some of you, for 8 years. It's brilliant, and we love you very much, all of you. Also, Legion has a podcast page, and off the back of that you can probably bounce onto some of the other shows as well. There's several shows within the network. It's an amazing network. Doesn't matter what your tastes are, there's loads of stuff. There's something for everybody. We're available on most podcast platforms. Wherever you're listening to us right now, or if you want to know, it's Spotify, YouTube, Podknife, Apple, Podcast Addict, Podbean. You can hit us on Twitter at Haunted Podcast. You can find us at Instagram, which is the Podcast on Haunted Hill Insta. Deadbolt Films, we talked about this earlier, don't forget, Abyssal Albion 2, second comic from Tom Campbell. It's a Kickstarter, and that's Deadbolt's first comic. This will be their second, still part of the same series. Deadbolt Films, if you want to know more about that or us, go to deadboltfilms.com. We have a YouTube channel, which is just search for Deadbolt Film on YouTube. You'll find me and Gav running around a graveyard at midnight, and many other random things that we've done.
We've got to do that. We've got to do that again. You've got a nice big graveyard not far.
It's a huge graveyard. Just up. Deadbolt Films is on Instagram. It's just all one word, Deadbolt Films, and we're on Twitter, just at Deadbolt Films. And we mentioned this earlier, but we will mention again, Patreon.
Thank you so much, patrons.
Thank you so much, patrons. You all should have by now received your t-shirts. Please let me know if you haven't. Please let me know if you have. Please post a picture of yourself. If you don't want to, that's fine. Just let me know you've got the t-shirts, the main thing. But I'd love to be able to post pictures of you guys wearing the shirts, or having the shirt somewhere in your house, whether it's on the dog or just hanging on it from a tree on fire, whatever you want to do. But you've all got a free t-shirt to thank you so much for your support. As always, our patrons, I will name them all now. I'll do them all in a slightly different style, as I like to do. And I'm going to do the other way round, because I normally do one way round. I'm going to do the other way round. So thank you very much to Matthew Godley, Jill Smith, Jamie Salmon, Kevin S5, Sarah K, Rachel Elizabeth, Kate Pollock, Le Meow, RJ McCready.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you, Dan, for that.
Thank you, guys, for all of your support. If you want to become a patron, go to Patreon. Type in the Podcast on Haunted Hill. Even if it's just £1 or $1 a month that you want to submit, that's going to help us. You don't have to do it, though. It doesn't matter. We'll always do this no matter what. As Gav always says, we do this just because it's fun. It's a hobby. But the money we get from patrons does help us to replace equipment as it breaks. It does help us to produce t-shirts that we can give to guys. Those t-shirts will be on sale soon at a very cheap price as well. And yeah, that's how you can become a patron. You'll also get bonus episodes in between every main episode. We do about 2 episodes a month. They're about 3 hours each, so you're getting a good 6 or 7 hours a month of main episodes. In between each of those, we do a mini episode, a patron exclusive episode. It's usually between 15 minutes and an hour, depending on the topic. It's Dan's dungeon, it's Gav's grotto. It's the theme we kind of go with. Gav normally looks at one of his old dusty VHS tapes, watches it, decides whether or not he's going to get rid of it or keep it. And I normally talk about something 80s, like a cartoon like He-Man, or a random obscure film like Killer Shark Clowns from the Moon or some shit. I just made that up, but I'd probably watch that if I saw that on Prime.
You would.
I fucking would. So that's Patreon in a nutshell.
Yep.
And that's everything, guys. We love you so much. Thank you for listening. Thank you again for your patience.
Yeah, thank you for coming along. Thank you for waiting for our lovely little voices to come back again, especially Dan's.
Hopefully my voice sounds a little bit like it used to as well.
It does sound like it. Yeah, thanks very much for coming along with us and listening to us. We've been talking for quite a while now, so we will get out of here, get you guys back to your reality.
So it's a good night from Chowder.
It's a good night from Bones.
It's a good night from Skull.
It's a good night from Z.
It's a good night from Paranorman.
No, it's a good night.
It's a good night.
Me.
Good, and a good night from Constance the Giantess.
It's a good night
and
from
me.
Steve Buscemi and you.
And me. And you.
And
to
me.
you. To me.
Brilliant. Let's get out of here. Thanks so much, guys. Come back again next time for some more fun.
Bye, everyone.
Egg fun. That's weird. Right, bye. Thank you for listening to the podcast on Haunted Hill. We will be back again real soon.